Six? All right, perfect. Hey, welcome everyone. Thanks for coming to our meeting tonight, for our business meeting. If you could, please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for showing up to our monthly business meeting. And Mr. Campbell, let the record reflect that all three trustees are present, even Mr. Becker, who had a little health scare. So glad you could be here with us. I'm glad you're doing all right.
That's fine.
Before we get into things, I always like to go over this so everyone knows. Here in just a moment, we're going to have public comments. And public comments you have comment cards back there, and that's for you to talk about anything that you want. You get 5 minutes to talk to the board and things that are on your mind. If you're here for a couple of the zoning cases, which I'm betting some of you probably are, I would suggest holding your comments until we get to that zoning case, because basically you're gonna have to repeat yourself twice, if that makes sense. So, for the sake of that, I would say wait till we get to that zoning resolution case. But if you have anything else on your mind here in just a moment, you want to grab a public comment card back there, fill that out, and then we'll come by and grab that here in just a moment. So, Mr. Campbell, are there any correspondence for tonight?
Yes, sir, I have two. The first one is a liquor permit. This is a new permit for Amy's F&B LLC, doing business as Scramblers, 4375 Ferguson Drive, Suite C, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245. Police Department says they have no objections, and Mr. Flouty has sent over the corresponding zoning, and it is permitted in that use. Second, I've got a letter from the Cincinnati Snapdragons, thank you card, really. It says, to our friends at Union Township, thank you again for all your support of the Snapdragons. Our athletes had fun playing baseball this season. Please accept our donation as gratitude for all you do, the Cincinnati Snapdragons. That concludes the correspondence.
Good job, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate it very much. And, okay, personnel actions tonight. And, Mr. Taylor, they're both for you. So I will throw the floor over to you, and I'm going to let you introduce the first candidate, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. Stand in front of the podium.
To the podium.
To the podium. Just turn around the other side. Yeah. Yeah.
We're the ones that got to vote on you.
Yeah.
So
It's all right.
we're gonna use this video feature.
After we hear from the audience.
Yeah. Thank you. Tonight I'm presenting to the Board of Trustees Eric Lautenslager for consideration of employment with the Union Township Service Department. Mr. Lautenslager is a resident of Claremont County. Mr. Lautenslager has an extensive background in construction, concrete, and blacktop, having spent many years in the private sector as well as the public sector. Mr. Lautenslager has successfully completed all pre-employment phases for the Maintenance Worker 1 position. I would like to request that the board appoint Eric Lautenslager to the position of Maintenance Worker 1 in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement at the 2-year rate. Mr. Lautenslager's start date would be September 2nd, 2026.
Got it. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Becker, anything for Eric?
Just want to say thank you for considering Union Township for employment. You sound like you are qualified for the position.
Thank you.
Mr. Logue, sir?
Hey, no, just we're looking forward to welcoming you to the team. We have so much trust and respect in your boss, Mr. Taylor, and so we know anyone that he brings forward is going to be a great asset to support him and the team. So we're looking forward to having you. Thanks.
Yeah. Eric, yeah, do you got your family here?
I do not.
No, that's okay. No sweat. The Claremont County resident, fantastic. A lot of asphalt experience. You'll definitely be a good fit for the team. Service department's a great group of guys. You're going to love them. So they'll have your back. Everyone's teammanship mentality. So you'll love it. So yeah, welcome to the team. So give me just one more minute. And then, by the way, after we get done voting, if you could, hang out to the side just for a minute, and then we got one more in the service department, then we'll grab a picture with you before you go, okay? Perfect, yeah, no sweat. So, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the hire of Eric Lautenschlager, that's not German, is it? To the position of Maintenance Worker 1 at the Step 3, 2-year rate consistent with the collective bargaining agreement with an effective date of September 2nd, 2026, pending successful completion of physical examination.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Eric.
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 We'll meet the board.
Yeah.
Congratulations. He's new here.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Welcome aboard.
Congratulations, Eric.
Congrats, Eric.
And there, just hang out real quick. No, either way, yeah, yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Mr. Taylor, sir, I will throw the floor right back over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. Tonight, I would like to present an employee for consideration of promotion. I would like to present John Cascaden for the position of Maintenance Worker 2. Mr. Cascaden has been a Service Department employee since 2006. During his tenure, Mr. Cascaden has worked in all facets of the Service Department. He has also become a certified playground safety instructor and has also received a certification in Parks and Recreation Management from the NPRA. Mr. Cascaden also has an associate's degree in business administration and has successfully completed all facets of the promotional.
He didn't tested for his weight. So, no, we're thrilled that you continue your service with us. So thank you for that.
John, you got your family here, right?
A little wife and 2 of my 3 dogs.
Please, point them out, please.
Third row. She's still in her uniform. She's also-
Yeah, I saw. Our dispatch, yeah. Yeah, well, good. John, good people, man. 20 years you've been with Union Township. Appreciate you very much, and no doubt you're a leader within the team. And I know Mr. Becker has, I have. We've seen you downstairs at the gym many times, getting out after 12 noon for lunchtime like clockwork. So, but you always step up and help the whole team whenever needed. So appreciate you very much. Also, I've heard Mr. Taylor say you went back and got several certifications, education while you've been here for the past 20 years. Appreciate you very much. So no doubt we want you to stay here and retire with us. So you're doing a great job. So appreciate you very much. Yeah, absolutely. So, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval for the promotion of John Cascaden Jr. to the position of Maintenance Worker 2 at the Step 5, 5-year rate consistent with collective bargaining agreement, effective date August 12th, 2026.
So moved.
Okay. All right, and by the way, so as they're going to clear out for a second, if anyone has a public comment card, Miss Ayers is going to be walking around right there. If you could hand that to her. This is not for zoning cases, it's just public comment. She's going to grab those. Anyone? Oh, it looks like Jude's got one. Perfect. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Perfect. Thanks, Miss Eric. Okay, we've got a few of them. No sweat. All right, no particular order. All right, first one, is it Mark, is it Blackham? Did I say that correct? Mark, sir, come on up. And then just do me a favor, you got 5 minutes, and whatever's on your mind, just state your name and address for the record, but you are good to go, sir.
My name is Mark Blackham. My address is 42570 English Woods Court, Acadia, Ohio. And honorable trustees, come before you to just express my concern about the automatic license plate readers that have been placed. I work in IT and concerned about the information that is gathered and how it's used and the access to that information. So I don't know if there procedures and policies that are in place that would protect the citizens, other people. And the other point that I have is that one of the cameras was placed in the property adjacent to mine, and I'm concerned about the privacy,
Sure.
so it's kind of pointing in towards my backyard, so.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Blackham?
Is there any policies or procedures that we have that protect our citizens?
Now, there are other agencies that are allowed access to our cameras if we allow them. And the best way I can explain that to you is if another department in another state is looking for a stolen car that they believe might be in Ohio, specifically Union Township, they may ask for permission to access our camera system to see if that particular plate's been through Union Township. And we would typically grant that.
And how often does that happen typically?
Quite frequently do we have other departments around the country request access to our cameras. But that doesn't mean that they have access to every still shot of every car that's been through Union Township. That just means that they are allowed to see if the plate or the car they are looking for has been through Union Township.
Sir?
So in short, the positive side of that is criminal activity that could be associated with the plate is what is looked for via like an algorithm.
Right, I mean, I don't know how much you know about the cameras, sir, but they're not surveillance in the respect of there's an officer sitting at the station watching the cameras and it's a live feed. They strictly take pictures of cars as they go by. So imagine a still shot of a vehicle with a license plate on the back.
Does it even maintain visual images, or does it essentially strip the license plate so that, like,
Strictly a picture of a car and a license
if
plate.
your officers, another entity is looking to find a license plate number, that's the only license plate number that's gonna hit if it hits because it came through that camera?
If they give us a license plate number, yeah.
Sir,
And
is this camera in a neighborhood or is it on a main drag?
It's on Buxton.
Okay, because there are HOA cameras that are not controlled by the township. These are township cameras, okay.
This one was placed in within the last month or so.
Yeah, I believe I know the camera you're talking about. Those cameras, they're not positioned, we don't have any in neighborhoods. They're usually along thoroughfares. However, I can't guarantee the camera that's aimed at a thoroughfare doesn't catch a house or two in your neighborhood. I think I know the camera you're talking about, though.
Is that one of ours or is that an HOA?
That's one of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our cameras are only, that the township leases are only on thoroughfares. Think Old 74, 125, Mount Carmel, Tabasco Road. They're not back in neighborhoods on township streets.
Yeah, well, and so what is the retention period on that?
30 days.
30 days?
Yeah, so those still shots that are taken are captured for 30 days. So if you drive by one today, your plate's captured for 30 days, then the camera overwrites it. So we have 30 days, a 30-day look-back period on those.
And that's the information that's going to the cloud, is that?
Correct. Correct.
And so is there any reports on, the destruction of that information?
They're strictly rode over. I'm sure that if we did a breakdown, we could tell what plates for what period of time were captured in our system if we did an audit on it. But we trust that the system overwrites it every 30 days. And it's a pretty easy check. I mean, we can check if we've looked for a certain license plate on a certain date, if it's still in there 30 days, after 30 days from then we'll know the system's not working correct.
I just have concern in general about it and.
Sure.
Gathering information about our citizens, I would expect that for, if I was in a prison or incarcerated within our environment, I don't expect that, to be something that our government would be gathering information about the citizen and the movement and those types of things. I grant you you're probably looking at this for, investigations and stuff, criminal activity. Our area is a very low, crime area.
I completely understand, hear your perspective on it, and I'm definitely open to continuing to hear, your type of concern, community's perspectives as well. I agree with you too, from your own individual perspective, as we live in a safe community. I guess I have somewhat firsthand experience where, my wife's car was stolen out of our driveway, middle of the night, and the license plate hit on flock cameras that were along Beachmont Avenue somewhere. I think it was Beachmont Avenue. Don't cite me to that specific fact. It was somewhere east of here through Anderson Township. And between that and having a locator on the car that I thankfully had, with some other possessions in the car, it made it so that the team was able to recover that car within 5 hours since it was stolen, which was miraculous. But that, do recognize when you're in that, criminal activity comes to your doorstep.
Yeah, I think a lot of concerns, we don't want
Yeah.
criminal activity, at the same time, we don't want the government intrusion into our lives either, so that's just a concern that I have.
Me either, and I'd chat with you as long as I could too on, I carry this in my pocket, right? I carry this in my pocket like pretty much everybody else here, and this has a camera, microphone, everything.
Something that you choose to take with you.
Yeah.
With you,
It-
it's not.
Right.
Side of the road, monitoring.
Right.
Activity and movement, so.
I'm just telling you, I hear you and completely understand, and that's type of technology that has been accessible to be able to, outside of our jurisdiction, that's all I can say, yeah.
Mr. Blackman, I'll just say this, and then I'll be good. But it solved a lot of crime very fast, very quickly. If we do the old school way, that's fine too. We can absolutely do that and pull them down. I don't have a problem with that at all. If someone was to break into your car, and you capture a black Toyota Camry, but that's all the information you have, at 11 o'clock at night, we can run that data, type in black Toyota Camry, and from 11 o'clock to 11:15, or 11:30, if it passed any of those cameras, we can narrow it down and just help the detectives. Oh, there's the license plate, let's track the address, let's go knock on the door. It would help solve, it does help solve crimes a lot faster. However, if the community of Union Township feels like they don't like them, they don't want them, that's fine, we can take them down. I don't think that's a sort of, any one of us is going to die, or hill any of us is going to die on. I'll tell you, I just don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction, because I'll tell you, all the surrounding police forces have them for the most part, and we would be the only ones that didn't. Then the question goes, well, then do you want us to access, if your house or car got broke into, or someone hit skip and they left, do you want us to access flocks in Anderson, Miami, Hamilton Township to try to track down the criminal? Or is that unfair? Should we not do that because we took ours down? So those are questions that we need to ask, because I don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction, but I will say, if the community of Union Township solely feels that this is a violation and it violates, our Fourth Amendment rights, then roger that, we'll pull them down. However, we cannot complain when it takes 3, 4, 5 weeks to solve a simple break into a car when it could have taken 2 hours. And the biggest example I can give is the Mason shooting that happened. Guy got 22 bullets put in him, and it was because of a flock camera, and tracked down the guy on 275, and they got him real quick. Would have happened that fast if they didn't have flock cameras when that car passed that plate. So questions we all have to just think and ask ourselves. But for me, I'll speak for me. It's not a hill I'm willing to die on. If the community doesn't want them, we'll pull them down. However, I will say it does help solve crime pretty quickly. But all good. I hear you loud and clear though. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, good question.
Okay. Now, Mr. Taylor, looking at this one might be for you, just so you know, so you might want to take down this name and address. I got a Scott Shielman, and hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, Shielman?
Are you gonna get 326B? You said not to duplicate.
Oh, I see your case number. Yeah, you're good. I don't need this then. You're fine. Yep, never mind. You're good. Okay, perfect. Sorry. Let's see here. John Hunt. Mr. Hunt? Oh, gosh, okay, yeah. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, you're good. No sweat. Oh, our good friend, Ms. DeWitt. Jude, come on up. Ms. DeWitt, you know protocol, you go on ahead, the floor is yours.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Jude DeWitt, 3902 Banks Road, 45245. I just wanted to congratulate all of you, including the police chief, for a wonderful police night out. It was great.
It was.
I was helping with the food, and around back of the concession stand down at the bottom of the deck. It was, now I know that was all reworked this year. That land was all reworked, and it needs some smoothing, it still needs a little bit of work. We
Yeah.
had trouble walking down the hill. People with small children, the kids were tripping. It just needs some rework. So I just wanted to let you know about that, and I will be back in the spring to remind you to have something done about it.
Which part of the park specifically?
Behind the concession stand, that
Yep.
hillside.
No, gotcha. Yeah, Ms. Shell, you good on that? We got you, Ms. Lewis. Good call. Yeah.
But that was really the only problem I saw, and I came across. But I just want to let you know, I'll be back in the spring to make sure it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
Before
Yeah.
the next, police sound.
And I-
But we had fun, and it was all really well done.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
I appreciate the kind words of encouragement. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
DeWitt.
for volunteering.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Okay, last call. Is there any other public comments at all? Anything on your mind? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comments. And, all right, department reports. Let's start with our fire chief, Chief Clemens, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. Real quick, just an update on today's storm that came through. I know a lot of residents are currently without power. Notification from Duke is that 40,000 residents within Claremont County are currently out. Could take up to 24 hours to get everybody back up and running. So just an update on that. We handled about 25 to 30 emergency calls with trees and wires down within that hour of the storm. So it was a pretty busy day for the fire department. So in the month of July, the fire department responded to 231 fire and service calls, 667 EMS calls, which totals 898 total calls, which was average of 29 calls per day. Made patient contact with 604 patients and transported 489 of those. Completed 808 hours of training, took part in 13 public education details, hosted ride time for EMT and paramedic students in a total of 78 hours, completed 48 life safety inspections and 16 inspections in conjunction with Claremont County Building Department. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Chief. Mr. Becker?
I'm good.
Mr. Logue, sir?
Chief, if anyone's having pain in their jaw, pain in their left arm, chest tightness, sweating, what should they do and how fast should they do it?
Yeah, all of those are some serious symptoms, which our recommendation is to call 911 as fast as possible and get a professional on scene to mitigate the situation and
Okay.
transport.
Well, nobody told me that.
Okay. Should someone in that condition then also drive themselves to the hospital?
That is not-
I'll leave that. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. I'll leave it at that. I'm good. Thanks, Chief.
I didn't expect, that's pretty funny.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Good opportunity to ask the fire chief some questions.
You're good. Thank you, Chief. And then, our police department, Chief Reese, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the month of July, the communications section handled 5,332 calls for service. Our records section processed 572 court-related documents for juvenile and adult court. We processed 148 court notices requiring an officer's appearance in court, handled 173 records requests, and redacted 36 body camera videos. In the area of public relations, officers conducted, participated in 6 events, including 2 active shooter response trainings for area businesses. We participated in the 4th of July parade in Shaler Crossing, hosted a bicycle safety event in the polo fields, and participated in a quarterly outreach program with Eastgate Walmart, and we conducted 1 safety talk at a senior living facility. In the area of operations, our officers took 367 incident reports, 100 crash reports, made 554 traffic stops, issued 176 citations, 354 warnings, made 98 criminal arrests, 91 traffic arrests, and served 83 criminal warrants. In the area of training, our officers attended 80 hours of training in the month of July. Currently, within the police department, we have 3 open police officer positions and an open dispatch position. I just want to close by thanking our residents. As Ms. DeWitt had noted, it was another great police night out, probably the highest attendance we've had. And I also want to thank my fellow department heads, Mr. Taylor and Chief Clements, just the touch of the tower truck and the flag, helping with air care landing. It's the police night out, but it's really a township event. I just appreciate the help of all the other departments in making it a success. And lastly, to echo Chief Clements' comments, today was an absolute mess. I stopped in our dispatch center, and I'm really proud of our dispatchers. They handled a really tough time incredibly, including one dispatcher who literally got a phone call while I was in there that a tree came down and totaled her garage. We had extra help on today. She didn't leave. She stayed there, and I heard her tell her fellow dispatchers she wasn't going to leave them in that mess. So just so proud of all our people. They work really hard for our township residents. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Reese. Vice Chair?
Yeah, a couple things. So first off, kudos on Police Night Out. It was once again a great event. On the call-out reports, there was one particular case I want to ask you about. It was child endangering that occurred on July 14th. It was a little girl, 2-year-old, severe burns. So 2 questions. How is she? What's her condition? Is she recovered or not? And what happened?
Yeah, so this was a young girl in this case you're mentioning. She had 2nd-degree burns. Long story short, there's no neglect involved here. This was an apartment complex. The family just moved in. This is a younger child that got into the bathtub, turned the water on, and the maintenance unfortunately had the water heater settings very high. The girl's doing fine. We got her to the hospital, treated her for the burns, and she's okay. So,
All right, good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's easy to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Mr. Wood?
Hey, quick question, Chief, with, again, an interest to hear from the community and just really keep the pulse with that. Like Trustee Dill said, flock cameras, if the community wants them or if the community doesn't want them, fine either way. Would it be impactful or difficult in the reporting if I'm not sure if there is a count of when a flock camera is used in the preceding 30 days, like benefited solving a crime or apprehending someone or
Yeah.
there's probably nothing ever positive. I know maybe historically too, now there's a lot of discussion about flock cameras and people are looking where things are at. And I understand there's a police perspective of criminals avoid those cameras if they can. So I don't know how much of that help is positive for the discussion to hear from the community. But yeah, as far as just a count of utilization, is that something that?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we're doing a much better job now because this is such a polarizing topic of tracking our success stories. I can tell you, these cameras are used every day from minor misdemeanor shopliftings where they take off in a car to major felonies. We are solving real crime every day with these cameras. And I wholeheartedly believe that the township is much safer because we have these cameras, but I do understand the effect and the impression that they leave on the community. We're solving crimes every day with them.
Is there the ability to yeah, to have, utilization, you.
Do you want like a hard number of how many crimes we're solving monthly with them?
To at
We
least,
can
just,
produce
just
that.
consider if that's a value add to the discussion, or if the residents would wanna know it,
Yeah.
or see it at a trustees report. I don't know if Becker or Dills would have something to add to that concept, but it's just a question. So, I don't have a metric to say go find now, but if you're open to seeing if he comes up with something, or, hey, here's how it's a pro or a con, and or this utilization rate of the flock cameras.
Well, it
It's
would
used
be-
it's been used 30 times in the last 30 days and solved 30 crimes.
It would be interesting to see the crimes that have been solved, especially, I mean, I think of the Venezuelan nationals that were knocking off a sheriff X, I think 3 different times, they got busted all 3 times.
With flock cameras, too.
With flock cameras.
Yeah,
I mean, that's great
absolutely.
stuff, and there's
Yeah.
more and more stories like that. And I think a compilation of those kind of stories is great for the community that want to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
certainly do that.
Imagine the data pool's gotta be by that auditor, that investigative sergeant, yeah.
If it does not put too much of a stress or bandwidth on the police, because you are 3 officers short right now, I say absolutely, I'd like to have those stats, but if you can't, you can't, I understand as well, so.
Yep.
That's
We
right.
we can do that, for sure.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great question, Mr. Lloyd. Chief, I'll say, I'm looking here at total calls, 5,484 total calls to your dispatch center. That is a record for the year. It's the most we've had, was in July. And the stat I always like to look at is how many traffic stops we had. Well, we had 554 traffic stops. Obviously, those are variable for running a stop sign to getting pulled over doing, 85, right? But citations was 176, but warnings was 354. So I love that fact that we tried to not be hardline police officers and understand, things happen and we let people off with a warning. I like that. So, but I will say, I agree with you and both you and Chief Clemens and Mr. Taylor, which you're coming up next. But all 3 of you, your team did a great job preparing the landscape, and the parks to get ready for Police Night Out. That's our biggest night of the year. Great job to your team. And then both of you, I think y'all had just about equal amount of staff there. So your firefighters and police officers were greeting everybody nicely and smiling and out and just giving them tours of the trucks and the equipment and everything. And yeah, just really awesome night. Great job. You handled yourselves top notch. So good job, both of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well done. Mr. Taylor, your service department, sir, you are up. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the cemetery division, from July 1st through the 31st, 16 burials were performed, generating $29,552. 18 resident graves were purchased for $36,000. 2 columbarium niches were purchased for $6,000. 9 foundation orders were purchased for $2,934. The total amount generated for the period was $75,986. In the Parks Division, weekly mowing and trimming and landscape continues on all township buildings and within our parks. And in the Roads Division, the Road Department patched a total of 96 potholes over 13 township streets, and a total of 23 work orders were completed on multiple township roads. And that concludes my report.
Great, good job. Mr. Becker, sir?
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Logan?
Good, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, your team's doing a good job. And then, I think Mr. Cascaden, 20 years, is well overdue for a promotion, so good night for him. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Flouty, Planning and Zoning Director, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. The inspection and violations this month, there were a total of 38 inspections, 18 complaints received, 3 of those complaints being unfounded, 8 warning citations issued in the month of July, 3 15-day noncompliance letters with 1 30-day violation letter. There were a total of 10 resolved with and without action complaints, 496 illegal signs removed, 12 miscellaneous issues resolved, for a monthly total violation of 19, and 1 nuisance filed within the month of July. The activity, we had 1 change of use, 7 signs issued, 1 temporary sale. We had 7 single-family homes issued, 5 additions, 4 decks, 8 accessories, and 11 pools and fences for a monthly total of 44 permits and a total revenue of $8,225. And that concludes my report.
Mr. Vice Chair?
I'm good.
Mr. Logue?
Good, thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Feldy, great job. You were busy. Nice job. Yeah. All right, lastly is our Township Administrator. Mr. Wright, go ahead, sir.
Thanks, sir. I'll be brief with the zoning hearings we have. Not much to provide on the old 74 schoolhouse to Black Buxton sidewalk systemic safety grant. Stage 1 plans have been submitted to ODOT, and that's in process. We have applied, as I mentioned previously, for transportation alternative funding for the I-Colts sidewalk expansion. It's basically from Walmart, kind of getting us down to Ivy Point in that. I expect we will do well on the scoring, but OKI canceled their August meeting, so we'll have to wait for good news until September, hopefully, when they score those projects. Unfortunately, ODOT did not approve our systemic safety grant application for Summerside Road, but again, I am relatively stubborn, so we're going to reapply as they liked the project, but there was a lot of need. We did, however, receive about $150,000 in CDBG funding to advance a portion of sidewalks on Summerside Road, so we'll be working with the county through that process. 2026 road resurfacing projects are underway. Roads, you'll start to see milling and filling activities. The bulk of the activities to date have been curb replacements throughout the county. And again, we save a lot of money through this program, so a little bit of delay is worth it because we are able to stretch our paving dollars farther every year. Work continues on the Safe Routes Plan. Mr. Woodruff and Mr. Flaherty are all over that. I do have news on the OPWC project on Elmont. All of the easements have been secured. We're waiting on utility relocations, and the county will be bidding that out. There will be a separate sidewalk addition that's not included in the OPWC grant because of the way that they score those projects. If you put a sidewalk in, they penalize you. I don't understand why, but anyway, we'll be bringing that to the board for that when we get closer to a bid award, or a bid award number there. Just a couple other items. We will be bringing a JED 9 expansion to you to add an additional facility to that. And we have a couple of nuisance resolutions for the board and the hazard mitigation plan. Just a couple of late adds. We did have a then and now certificate for park water usage, and we also added, we have an OPWC joint application authorization with Miami Township for slide repairs. The county's not doing slide repairs, unfortunately, this year. So if we band together with another organization, we tend to score better. We're looking specifically at Baldwin. Last item, there's an item on the agenda to transfer a fire truck, disposed property to the CIC for economic development purposes, and that is something, if you recall, we use the CIC to acquire equipment, but we also use it to dispose of equipment. So that really concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chairman?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Logue?
I have nothing.
You're good? Okay. Mr. Wright, good job. Thank you for the report. Okay, public hearings. Now, there's 4 of them. I'm betting you are most here for 2 of them out of the 4. So we put the 2 easiest ones first so we can knock them out and those folks can go home, and then obviously the latter 2 the end. So, all right, public hearings. Okay, and public hearing case, Union Township Overlay Case 3-26-0 as an Oscar. Mr. Flaherty, would you like to go and explain that one, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dills. This application is located at 1118 Ferris Road. The applicant is Mike Shabesta, and he is requesting approval from the Union Township Board of Trustees for an overlay district plan consisting of 5 new structures, one of them being a 2,500 2-story structure for a shop and office use, while there'll be 4 additional lean-to/additions to the existing structure. The applicant is additionally seeking relief from the 10-foot and 20-foot M1 zoning district minimum setbacks per Article 6 to have the minimum rear and side yard setbacks be at 3 feet 6 inches. And this project is located in the Buxton Road Commercial Corridor. Some background information: the primary principal structure site was constructed around 1988. Since that time, the main building has primarily housed the best business entities and a variety of other light industrial uses. They were recently here in 2025 with another accessory structure that was approved. Some staff review and analysis: this proposal meets the proposed intent of both the adopted comprehensive land use plan and the overall overlay district regulations. The plan proposes the expansion and/or addition of pre-existing structures or uses, such as warehouses, storages, and office spaces. No new lighting is proposed at this time. When the time of permitting comes, we'll need it subject to Article 14 of the zoning resolution, and any non-enclosed structure generally used for storage should be efficiently screened from the main road via landscaping or fencing to maintain a cohesive level of visual cleanliness. The action required tonight is in accordance with Section 1310 of the zoning resolution, that the Board of Trustees is to enter a motion to approve as submitted, approve with modifications, or deny this focus area overlay district application as presented in Union Township zoning case 3-26-0. There are 5 recommended modifications should the board choose to grant favorably upon this application. The first one being that the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all federal, state, and local agencies. All future lighting shall meet the adopted Article 14 regulations of the zoning resolution. Any monument signage shall be compliant with the 2030 land use plan. The applicant shall provide additional privacy fencing and screening for materials should any fall out of the completely enclosed building. And lastly, the applicant shall be subject to review of the buildings containing the number of structures, square footage, location, and materials, subject to administrative review and approval. And that concludes the report for the overlay case 3-26-0.
Mr. Flood, do we have any pictures of what these future buildings are going to look like?
We do not have any pictures of what the actual architectural renderings, but the applicant can speak better on this, but it would match the existing buildings. It would be a metal construction, since this is in the M1 district and the surrounding buildings are in M1.
Hold on one second, sir. Hold on. Sir, I'll call you up in just 1 second. Yeah, sorry. Okay, fair enough. Mr. Becker, any questions?
No.
Mr. Logan, any questions?
Not currently.
Okay. Mr. Foley, for future, I get it. I want pictures of what the future buildings are going to look like from now on. So tell the applicants from now on, I would like to see those.
Okay.
Just some kind of what they're going to look like, not
Right.
just, not this.
Okay.
So, for any
Yeah.
new building, I would like to see an actual, picture of what it's going to look like. So,
Okay.
fair enough, no worries. Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open this public hearing case, Union Township overlay case 3-26-0 as an Oscar.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing is opened at 6:48
All right.
PM.
Public hearing is open. All right, so now, sorry, I forgot to follow protocol, so sorry, I'll go and call you up. So first thing, just so everyone, I'll call anyone up that is a proponent of this case, and then here's how I'm gonna do this with all zoning cases tonight, just so you know, there's 4 of them. I'm gonna call up usually the person that would like to have this passed, and then I'll call up anyone that's against it, and then I'll call up again, so the developer, whoever's purchasing the property, wants to do the project, to basically kind of answer any questions for those that are against the case. Just, that's how I'm gonna do it for every single case tonight. So, but just do me a favor, I gotta swear you in, and go ahead and raise your right hand if you could. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. And then just state your name and address for the record.
Mike Shabesta, our business is located at 1118 Ferris Road. Amelia, Ohio, 45102. I live in Anderson Township, Fireside Drive.
Perfect, yeah. The floor is yours, whatever you'd like to say,
Okay.
yeah.
So it turns out it's a very expensive process to even start to think about building a building. So in this case, I failed to put the two side pieces on last year when I put the first building in.
Yeah.
So on this particular drawing, all the way to the corner there next to Dave's driveway, the white strip, without your approval, nothing can happen. After that, you're looking at $6,000 to $8,000 for a water management study. It's, you know, you could spend $10,000, $15,000 before you could even ask the architect to draw something. So you're the first step. In this particular case, I had an agreement with Mr. Blue's predecessor that I would show all my future plans. So the yellow things are things that we may do down in the future. Each one of those would require the initial zoning application for that particular structure.
Sure.
So this is strictly to get the dimension on that proposed structure now, and with the water management issues, the chances get slimmer every day that it'll ever be built.
Okay, understand.
The building has to come out partway into the detention pond, and even though there's never, I won't say never, this week proved it, I've never seen water above the grass in the detention pond. There was 2 feet in there because Ferris Road backed up and filled our detention pond on that end of the building. A little further complication, the dock at the corner of the yellow was the original detention pond, but the contractor builder didn't tell us that. So it more complicated. So I'm simply trying to get the side corrected on the east side. I'm doing the west side, so I don't have to come back next year and waste your old time.
Sure, got it.
Any
Yeah.
questions about the process of the approach or anything?
Vice Chairman?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Logue?
No, that's fine, thank you.
And you might not know this, Mr. Flouty, currently, because I heard it say, what's the current setback, and then what's the setback that they're asking for?
So there is the side setbacks of 10 feet and then the rear setback of 20. And overall, they're asking for 3 feet, 6
Oh,
inches, so it's a reduction of
All right.
like 16, yeah.
Okay.
You know, the back is already
no problem.
done last year, so
Right.
we're really talking the two sides.
Three, not worried about it. Okay, perfect. And then we're total of 5 buildings?
5 buildings total.
Okay. Can you describe, first, of all, what kind of business are you in? And then what
I
do
do
you?
commercial real estate, and I'm a systems engineer, so I do IT stuff.
Well, I guess, do you plan, what do you plan on doing with the buildings?
I rent out 95% of the building to Kepp Electric.
Okay,
They're the neighbor to this side.
sure.
They've expanded that, and we've kind of joined the 2 properties, so we've probably created, I don't know, 75 jobs there.
Fair enough,
Um,
yeah. Yeah,
You know, parking's an issue. I have 60 spaces, and it's still not enough, so.
that's a good, bad problem. Well, Mr. Sylvester, appreciate you investing in Union Township. You're growing. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And, yeah, all good. That's all the questions I have for you. So appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other proponents to this case? Anyone that is for this case? Oh, please, come on up. Yeah, the floor is yours, please. And by the way, just so everyone knows, every zoning case, when you want to come up and speak, I got to swear you in, every time. All right, come on up, sir. And then just raise your right hand. And then, sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. State your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Dave Flourish. I own the adjoining building at 1120 Ferris Road.
Perfect.
I also live in Anderson. Mike and I discussed this.
Yeah.
He got me on board with what they wanted to do, and it's also in my best interest also to have that setback changed.
Yeah.
My ingress into my place, if my building has to be set out 20 feet from that line, is going to really limit the size of building that I can build.
Got it. Perfect,
So-
yeah.
I'm on board.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate the testimony. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. All right, okay, is there anyone else that is a proponent of this case? All right, seeing none, is there anyone that's against this case? Opponent? All right, last call. All right, no sweat, okay. All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing case 3-26-O as an Oscar.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
The public portion of this hearing is closed at 6:54 PM.
Okay, gentlemen, discussion. Mr. Becker?
I'm a yes.
Fair enough. Mr. Logue, any issues, concerns?
I have none.
No? Okay, good. Likewise. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of Union Township Overlay Case 3-26-O as an Oscar for the approval with modifications as recommended.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Mike. You're good. All right. Oh, you got it. No sweat. Yeah.
I think they're working together.
It is, it's the same, got it. I mean, maybe I'll change my mind on this one. Okay, Mr. Flouty, sir, Overlay Case 4-26-O is an Oscar. I don't anticipate this taking too long. You go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. This is property located at 1120 Ferris Road. It's directly behind Mr. Abesta's property. The applicant is Special Touch Landscaping, and they are requesting from the Board of Trustees an overlay district plan consisting of 2 enclosed storage structures, the first being a total of 10,000 square feet, with the second being 6,000 square feet. The applicant is seeking relief from the 20-foot setback in the M1 district to have a setback of 3 feet 6 inches in the M1 district located in the Buxton corridor. The subject property sits on 4.77 acres and again is zoned M1. The principal primary structures were constructed around 1991 and 92, and the applicant intends to improve the property by constructing the additional structures for storage as noted for the existing landscaping business. Staff review and analysis, this proposal meets the intent of both the comprehensive land use plan and the overall district regulations. Surrounding properties are M1 industrial, and it is consistent with supporting the goals and recommendations of the Buxton Road commercial corridor. Again, if any new lighting is proposed, it'll need to be in accordance with Article 14 of the zoning resolution, and any detention proposed for the site containing any water from any additional proposals on the property. The action tonight that is required is in accordance with Section 1310 of the zoning resolution, that the Board of Trustees is to enter into a motion to approve as submitted, approve with modifications, or deny this focus area overlay district applications as presented in case number 4-26-O. There are 5 recommended modifications should the board grant favorable consideration to the overlay application. 1, that the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all federal, state, and local agencies. The future lighting plan shall be with the requirements of Article 14. If there are any proposals of signage, it shall be monument-style signage. The applicant shall provide additional privacy if there is any visual outdoor storage areas to the main streets. And the applicant shall be subject to review of the buildings containing the number of structures, square footage, location, and material, subject to administrative review and approval. With that, that concludes the report for overlay case 4-26-O.
Good job. Vice Chairman?
No questions.
Mr. Logue?
No questions.
Yep, okay. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open public hearings case, overlay case 4-26-O as an Oscar.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing is open at 6:58 PM.
All right, always start off with the developer landowner. You're more welcome to speak. I got to tell you, I have a gut feeling you're not going to have any problems, but you're more welcome to come over here and speak. Now, since this is a separate case, I got to swear you in for this one as well. All right. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Great. Name and address for the record.
1120 Ferris Road, my name's Dave Flursh. been there since about 91, 92. Mike helped me out a lot when I moved in because I had no water, no electric, so we've been buddies ever since. When he did his building, he told me about the change in the setbacks. I got really excited because it greatly changes my ability to make my building bigger. When you start setting your stuff back from the fence, it kind of crowds things in there.
I get it.
So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, fair enough. What line of business are you in?
Lawn and landscape.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so, no, appreciate you investing in Union Township, and we're just happy to help. Sorry it's a little bit of a process, but no, appreciate you investing in our township. Mr. Becker?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Logue?
I'm good, thank you, yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, all good. Appreciate you, sir.
All right,
All good.
thank
And then, is there anyone else that's a proponent of this case? Okay, seeing none. Opponent? All right, let's go and close it. Gentlemen, entertain a motion to close public hearing overlay case 4-26-O's and Oscar.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public portion of this is closed at 7 PM.
All right, any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none? Okay. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval with modifications as recommended for Union Township overlay case 4-26-O's and Oscar.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Dave. Okay, so what we'll do before we get to both zoning cases, they're both kind of similar, kind of. At 8 o'clock, I'm going to have a hard cutoff, so we can take, at that point, a 2-hour break, which is in 1 hour. And then we'll break for 5 minutes, you know, whatever, 5-7 minutes. Also, I want to say this, for those that are against the case, in the event hypothetically it is approved, I would like for when you don't have to, but I would like for you to speak on maybe something you would like. This is now your opportunity, assuming it's approved. It might not be approved, but if it is approved, this is your chance to negotiate. For example, in the past, what I've done is I've had the developer over here and I've had residents say, you know, I want a landscaping buffer. I would like a white vinyl fence, 6-foot-high vinyl fence, so I don't have to see these houses, or I don't have to see whatever. I would like this or that, and I'm gonna tell the developer, hey, I'm gonna put this in here if you want me to approve it, you know, kind of thing. So this is our chance to negotiate where both sides win, both sides lose a little bit, and it's compromise. Or you don't have to at all. That's up to you. So when you speak, that's your opportunity to say, hey, if it is approved, I would like to see this, this, and this, okay? With that being said, and by the way, the floor is yours. You're allowed to talk, you know, as long as you want. Just know, even if we're in the middle of this case, in 1 hour, I'm gonna call a timeout, 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. So, okay, just so everyone knows. Okay, gentlemen, oh no, let's not open it yet. Mr. Flouty, sir, is it, zoning case 3-26-Z as in Zulu? Go ahead and introduce that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. This is a request. The name is the Oaks at Ridgepoint subdivision. The applicant is Chris Henninger at 1062 Clough Pike. The action requested is for a total of 3 parcels totaling 23.63 acres to be rezoned from R1 single family to an R4 single family variable residential district in order to allow for a proposed concept plan subdivision development consisting of 58 lots for single family dwelling units, landscaping elements, entry monument sign, and open spaces. Some land use and zoning characteristics in the general vicinity is residential uses, with the exception of institutional uses such as Clough Pike Baptist Church and the West Claremont High School to the south. In relation to the 2030 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, it indicates that the proposal is not located within any designated corridor. However, the use itself would be supportive to single-family residential character in this area of the township. Single-family residential development goals stated within the plan calls for a single-family dwelling densities up to 4 units per acre, which this proposal achieves with a gross density of 2.45 units an acre. Moving on to some of the background information, this area has been in the R1 single-family zoning district since the institution of zoning. Since then, the properties have been used for agricultural and/or residential uses. according to the auditor's site. Some staff review and analysis wanted to note that the staff comments have been revised since the zoning commission recommendation from the June 24th meeting with relation due to the road layout. The new lot configuration shows 7 homes being ended in a cul-de-sac off of Ridgepoint Drive and an additional 51 homes being accessed off of Clough Pike to be ended in a cul-de-sac. This differs from the previous plan, which included a through street through Ridgepoint, and there was talk back and forth with the zoning commission on whether or not to have it a through street, have a knock box for emergency services. And as we went through the process with the developer, they came up and we came up with this idea of doing the cul-de-sac to complete the street and the subdivision back there off of Ridgepoint with 7 homes in a cul-de-sac, and then the 51 additional off of Ridgepoint. Some additional information with this application is the proposed street and trees are throughout the subdivision with additional plantings being provided. Some of the lots have changed with the new proposal since the total amount of lots have gone from 60 to 58. Some street lighting has been proposed. The lighting shall be consistent with Article 14. An entry monument sign is proposed. Consideration should be taken for the site distance clearance onto Clough Pike. Lastly, going back to the zoning commission, they recommended 5 modifications. The 5th modification was the sample proposed home facades. The applicant, we have a proposal from them to pull up with the proposed homes. So lastly, the action required tonight is in accordance with section 650 through 659 of the zoning resolution, that the Board of Trustees is to enter into a motion to approve as recommended by the zoning commission, approve with additional modifications, or deny this zoning map amendment and accompanying concept plan as permitted in Union Township zoning case 3-26-Z. Staff has made additional recommendations due to the new road layout and lot configuration that per the Horizon 2030 plan to add a pedestrian connectivity between the established and existing Ridgepoint subdivision drive to the new development. And lastly, efforts to maintain the same previous preservation areas which appear to have changed slightly, to have them labeled as preserved and to pay attention to the screening to the existing residential areas from the proposed development. With that, that concludes the report for case number 3-26-Z.
Thank you, Mr. Flouty. Vice Chairman, any questions?
Yeah, I have one. So, Mr. Flouty, hypothetically, if we were to approve changing the zoning from an R1 to an R4, and the developer, for whatever reason, it could be any number of reasons, may choose not to build anything at this time, could several years from now, new board, maybe a new developer, maybe not, choose to build apartment buildings on this property?
Yes, that would be a hypothetical that could potentially,
Not an R4. Not an R4, it's gotta be R3.
PD is apartment.
oh, yeah, so,
What does R4 allow then?
sorry.
Not apartments?
Single family.
Condos?
Yeah, so if you're asking
I'm
if
sorry, go ahead.
you approve this to an R4.
Yes.
They come back, yeah, sorry, I misunderstood the question. So this development, what the R4 variable structure does is it creates a formal plan. So what you are approving is the concept plan in front of you. If there are to be any changes to that, you have to come forward, the applicant will have to come forward with a new set of plans and have a new set of approvals to do any changes from this. That would be adding a lot, changing from single family to attached single family. That would trigger coming back to this board. If they were to approve, if you were to approve the R4 tonight, the development has to be per this plan in front of you tonight.
Okay, so if we approve this tonight, and then, you know, for whatever reason they can't or choose not to go forward, 5 years from now, they decide they want to come up with a new plan, does it revert to R1 between now and then?
It would not, but a new R4 plan would have to go before the board.
Okay, and then so how different could an R4 plan be if it's not this one that's before us?
The hypotheticals can range, depending on what would bring in, but if they would go from this plan to attached, if they would go above the 58 number, again, it's variable structure, so the possibility to change is,
Basically, what I'm hearing is if they change from this
That's fine.
plan, it's gotta come back to the board.
correct,
regardless.
yes.
There could be a future board several years from now is my point.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Mr. Logan, any questions?
Just a little bit, Mr. Becker, is the concern about action tonight and then developer not being able to move forward, or, I guess I'm just confused about the concern of I want to make sure I hear his concern.
We're not debating this right now, we're just asking Mr. Flaherty.
Okay, I just trying to understand his question. No, I don't have a question for Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty, so basically, let's look at this property as an overhead there. And, so, I'm gonna say up, it's because it's not north, it would be south, but, up from the property, or I should say to the left, let's do the left of the property of the square, what is the average, lot size? Right there on the left, on the
right
left.
through here?
Left. Outside the property, the existing properties.
These
Yeah,
through here?
Yeah.
Well, so they
And
range.
the community to the left, so just the
Yeah,
ballpark, just the
yeah.
ballpark.
So they range, along Clough here, we do have larger lots. Those were cut out previously, as Clough developed through. And then all along, so the existing community back behind the existing subdivision, especially you see where Ridge Point, that is R2. So the existing lots within the R2, there's a minimum of 10,000 square feet, so you're roughly a little bit below a quarter of an acre, but you might as well just say a quarter of an acre.
So those lot sizes, on the bottom, roughly are a quarter of an acre ballpark.
The ones where my cursor is at here, they're around a quarter of an acre.
Okay, ballpark, give or take a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, and then, what about to the left?
These, they vary, they're gonna be a little bit larger
Just
as they're
ballpark.
cut out. I would say half an acre to quarter of an acre.
Okay.
1 acre.
All right. Okay. That's all the questions I got for you. Thank you. Do you have any pictures of what these houses are gonna look like?
Yeah, let me pull up their presentation here.
And by the way, I might be stealing their thunder if they wanna show theirs.
We've got,
Okay, are they gonna be going through their PowerPoint, is that their plan?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
never
the
mind.
applicant
I don't wanna
has
steal
the
their thunder, I'll let them do that, but every single time we have a building though, I wanna see a picture of what it potentially is going to look
Right.
like. I don't care if it's a shed or if it's a massive complex, so, okay. Fair enough, okay. Any more questions for Mr. Flaherty? Good, let's open this case. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open Union Township zoning case 3-26-Z as in Zulu.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing is opened at 7:12 PM.
All right, good. Same thing, like to start off with the developer, if they're here, and, or their spokesperson. And then, we'll have you come through, perfect. And then you saw what I had to do, so let me swear you in.
Yes,
All right, raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Doug Smith. I'm with Abercrombie and Associates, the civil site engineer for the project. The address is 8111 Cheviot Road, Suite 200, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45247.
And then, the floor
Good
is
evening,
yours.
gentlemen. Also here with me tonight is Brian Henning and Paul Metzger with Arbor Homes, the big builder in this proposed development. And then also in the back row, next row back is Ed Ferrugia with Beaver Creek Site Management. They're the developers for the project. So we'll be here to answer any questions you might have. But I'd like to first off and state that we're excited for this development, and we think it'd be a nice addition to the township, provide nice housing. The R4 provides an advantage to allow us to preserve some of the natural features, the existing pond that's on the site, as well as the stream that's to the, I want to say to the south, I guess, is, and the woodlands along it will be preserved in open space. We have 3 open space areas, meeting the 20% requirement. We're excited about it. It's a similar lot, similar product as the adjacent residence, as well as the Magnolia Trace development that is just down the street off Shaler. This will provide the same type of housing, which we think is all very successful and it's done well in the township. I can say that during the zoning commission meeting, there was concern about access. We had a through street. Craig, I don't know if you could pull up the old plan.
Yeah, let's see.
So this is the plan we presented at the zoning commission that had a through street from Clough Pike to Ridge Point Drive. The residents on Ridge Point Drive had a lot of concerns about the through traffic and the cut through. At that time, we proposed a gate, some, bollards or some things of that nature. So basically, Mr. Wright, Mr. Flouty, our team met with the county engineer. We discussed our options, and based on the public input and what we felt was going to be best for this development, the developer reduced the lots by 2 lots. We went from 60 to 58 units. And then we terminated Ridge Point Drive in a cul-de-sac to eliminate that through traffic. That was, acceptable through the county engineer, and, that's how we kind of ended up with the plan we have today. We do have water and sewer availability. There's water and sewer available to serve the development. I can have Mr. Henning or Mr. Metzger's talk about the product if you'd like to know more about the housing product.
Oh, one second. Mr. Webster, any questions?
No, but I do want to say that my prior question, about potential apartments and what the developer could do, it had nothing to do with any of you in this room. It was really just a hypothetical in my own mind about zoning in general. So no offense was intended.
The only comment I might add to that is and Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but the R4, it's a variable type housing, but it's single-family type housing. It's not multifamily or, the R4 is a single-family residential type housing. It's just whether it's single-family or attached is my understanding. Is that
The
correct?
multifamily would have to be in the PD district.
Yeah. So no matter what, it would be a single-family residential product. Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Mr. Luke?
No, thank you for the presentation on it.
I'm going to ask a few questions, but I don't know if it's going to be necessary for you or Arbor, the builders. Or it might even be for the Ferrugia family. But first question is, and if you can't answer it, that's okay. I'll go through them and you can answer with. First question, how long was the property on the market until you all bought it? Now, that's probably a Ferrugia question.
It is.
But, okay, so the cancer. What's the average ballpark price of these homes? Ballpark.
That would be an Arbor home.
Right, roger that. All right. Are you all willing to add to work with the residents? Again, in any event we approve this, if we don't, then this is null and void, but are you willing to work with the residents if they come up and say, hey, we would like a white vinyl 6-foot fence to put up there so I don't have to see any new homes? Are you willing to put up maybe some rolling hills or whatever? Are you willing to work with the residents on that to create buffers?
I can't speak on behalf of that, on
All right.
behalf of Mr. Ferrugia.
Okay.
I know that, yes, we'd be willing to work with the residents. We've already been in discussion with some of them.
All right, fair enough. And then what about a traffic count? Did you all do a traffic count study?
We did a traffic count study. We've prepared a traffic impact study, and we presented that to the county engineer, and it's currently in review and being processed.
Do you have any more information on it?
Yeah, it basically says that no turn lanes are warranted on Clough Pike, no improvements are required to Clough Pike,
Okay.
and the development is, the surrounding roadways are adequate to serve the proposed development with no improvements.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Mr. Smith, that's all I got. Appreciate
All
you.
right,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
And then any other, yeah, if you're part of the development team, yeah, come on up, please. I'll swear you in. All right, please swear your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and address for the record.
Edwin Ferrugia, address is 7861 East Kemper Road, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45249.
Please go ahead.
To address the couple questions you had for us, as far as how long the property was on the market, I don't know. We typically get things before they hit the market.
Okay.
And then as far as buffering goes, we are happy to help, whether it's landscaping or artificial buffer like a fence or something like that in places where it's needed. We're always open to that. We want to be good neighbors.
Fair enough. Yeah, but before we, I always allow my vice chair to go first. Vice Chairman, do you have any questions? Mr. Logue? The ballpark, now I know this is probably an Arbor question because y'all are building, but do we know the average price of the homes yet, ballpark?
I'll let Arbor.
Okay, then one more, I'm sure you probably footed the bill for the traffic count. Can you give me any more insight on that? Because I'll tell you what you're gonna hear tonight, and it's probably no surprise to you, is during rush hour times, I drive Clough every single day, so I can personally say, there's times where Clough's fine. Clough's fine, it's not a problem. Then there's times where Clough Pike is a disaster and you avoid it at all cost. However, whether you all like it or not, that's actually a county road. It's not, we don't own that road. That's a county road, which they really need to expand it, probably make it 4 lanes. But anyways, regardless, their concern is going to be the traffic count and folks trying to turn left on Clough at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I can guarantee every single person's probably going to come up here and say that. So any thoughts or suggestions on that?
So I don't know the exact counts offhand. However, what I do know about the study is we used a 10-year time period for the study. At that, with the traffic counts they generated, the way the traffic study works, and you all may know this, so they submit, our engineer who's doing the traffic study submits a memorandum of understanding to the county.
Yeah.
The county agrees, this is what we're studying. After that, there's a volume submittal, and our engineer submits, says, these are the volumes that we're gonna use. The county says, okay, we agree with those volumes. They can either increase the volumes, decrease the volumes. With Claremont County, in our experience, that they typically like to increase the volumes because of a conservative matter.
Yeah.
So we got approved on the volumes. We did the traffic study. There was no, using the 10-year period, there was no obviously there's impact, but there was no improvements deemed necessary. Currently, they are asking us to stretch that out instead of 10 years to 20 years. This was just as of, I think, a couple of days ago.
Fair enough.
So that's what we're working on right now.
No,
to see how that
That's all I
shakes out.
that's all I can ask for is you got the factual data. If they say it's good, then that's all we got. So, I think that's all I got. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Yeah, and I assume the builders, yeah. All right. Raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great.
Brian Henning, 9050 Center Point Drive. Got paper copies if you guys want any. But yeah. So average price is going to be $360,000 to $550,000. These homes are very customizable by the kind of home buyer, so it really depends on what they select ultimately. One thing on traffic is this will be a kind of 55-plus targeted community. All homes are ranch homes, so there might just be a little less traffic coming out of this neighborhood than versus a typical suburban neighborhood with families, taking kids to soccer practice and all that. We've got 5 floor plans. Each floor plan has 5 different elevations. They can pick a variety of colors. We have a anti-monotony policy where essentially no house next door or across the street is allowed to have the same elevation or floor or color scheme. So essentially that just kind of keeps kind of a design rhythm that takes away the monotony essentially. So yeah, that's about it. I don't know if you guys have any questions for us. Happy to go through kind of our company history or anything else you guys.
One second, Mr. Ing. Mr. Becker, anything?
No.
Mr. Logue?
I like that destination line. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's nice. A lot of communities are looking for that 55-plus housing type.
Okay. And so just recap the, so your target market to sell these homes is 55-plus age range.
Yep.
Price range is ballpark 360 to 550,000.
Yep.
And they're all ranch, so
Yeah,
basements, no basements?
So the customer can select a basement, but.
Okay. But basically, they're not gonna be 2 stories, it sounds like.
Yeah,
They're all
they
ranch.
could be. So essentially, a customer can either select to have a basement or a second story.
Okay.
They won't, like, these are the elevations of the home. The second story is essentially almost like a half story.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Okay, and then, assuming, hypothetically, if it is approved, when are you all planning on breaking ground?
That would be the developer, but
Okay, just
we would
ballpark.
say as soon as possible. I would guess spring.
Okay.
We are constantly pushing these guys to.
That's okay, all right, and that's, I think that's all I got, okay.
Okay,
And then,
awesome.
hey, I would, once the folks come up and speak, I would, be prepared to just answer any questions or concerns they might have for whoever's best suited for that one, so, okay? Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, and is there anyone else that is a proponent of this case, that is for this case, that would like to talk? Okay, anyone that's an opponent? Yeah, come on up, sir. And by the way, I don't need cards for this one, so you're okay, that's just for public comment, so, but come on up. Dave, I'll swear you in.
Okay.
All right, sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, I do.
Name and address for the record, sir.
David E. Muse, 1071 Clough Pike. Sounds like I need to get in the golf cart business because if it's 55 and older, that's what's going to be driving in that community over there. You know what I mean? I got to start selling golf carts.
I think so.
Okay. Thank you to the Board of Trustees for having this opportunity for the community to speak before you cast your votes on the zoning change from R1 to R4 for the subdivision to be known as the Oaks at Ridge Point. My name is David E. Muse, and I am with the Union Township Republican Central Committee. I represent voting precinct T. Yes, it's true, only Republicans voted me in this position in our last primary. I told John Becker, who asked me to join and run for election, that I would listen and try and help with concerns that all voters in precinct T had, no matter what political party they did or not belong to. And now, here is my first representation for Union Township voting precinct T. I, or no one, wants to stand in a landowner's way of selling their land and providing for their family. But what we do ask is for them to think about the neighbors they had while growing up, and the person that gave you the land, and how they loved Clough Pike. They called home for many years. I first off want to speak about Clough Pike between Shaler Road and McMahon Road. It is one of the busiest and dangerous stretches of road in Union Township. This section is at its peak congestion during school bus pickup in the morning and workers going to work. And it starts all over again when all schools let out and workers are going home. This will make it impossible for those wanting to leave from Oaks at Ridge Point subdivision. That traffic will not let them out. We on Clough Pike know, because we cannot get out of our own driveways. I ask our police chief here today, do you remember trying to get in and out of the old Glen Estee High School in the morning and when school let out? A police officer was needed to direct traffic, and that is what will be needed to help those at the Oaks at Ridge Point get out of their subdivision. A police officer, 5 days a week, 2 times a day. That may be what that part of Clough Pike needs. Might be good. But with how the police and Union Township's budget is stretched as it is, we must come up with another answer. The only solution for the entrance to the Oaks at Ridge Point subdivision on Clough Pike could only be used as an enter-only heading to Shaler Road. And when leaving the subdivision, only turning right on Clough Pike heading toward Shaler Road. The real answer is to put an entrance to the subdivision on Shaler Road. The developer had concerns about the creek at the zoning meeting. Upon observation and Apple Maps, there is enough land to make the needed entrance for the subdivision, an estimated 500 feet before the creek, more than enough needed. This is the best time to tell the developer that they must put the main entrance to the Oaks at Ridge Point subdivision there, because they will have to pay for it now, and Union Township will not have to pay for the mistake later. Just think, 58 homes, mom and dad have cars, one car for the children. That's 180 cars trying to get out on Clough Pike in the morning, going to work and school. The traffic will not let them out because they got to be someplace as well. So that's 180 cars backed up in the new subdivision that was not planned well. The developer wants to change R1 to R4. The Woodmont subdivision that will be behind it, including Ridge Point Drive, is R2. Why not change R1 to R2 and not R4? Mr. Trustees, before we leave here today, I would like to end just a few concerns of those about Clough Pike. They would like to see, this is my constituents that have gotten with me, and they would like to see a right turn on the red light, that's a three-way light, at McMahon and Clough. They would like to see no turn on red. That would give the subdivision a chance to get out. And that would cut down on the road rage. There's quite a bit of road rage there. The cars, when they try to get out of their subdivision there, cars are upset and they ride their bumper and they toot all the way down. Another thing would be great is to change the speed limit from 40 miles per hour to 25 or 30 miles per hour in that stretch from light to light. I hope I've presented all of my constituents' concerns of voting Precinct T well. We want to work with the trustees and the developer on this project. We feel that the matters that we have put before you are not out of this world and can be done where all can be happy. President Ronald Reagan was once asked about his deal making and how he went about it. He stated, both sides must come away feeling they came away with something. If only one gets everything, then the next time you sit down across the table with that person, they will remember. And Mr. Trustees, before you cast your vote on changing the zoning from R1 to R4, I'd like to speak for 30 seconds before you cast that vote. After.
not really how it works, though, Mr. Muse. So
Okay.
meaning that this is your time to talk right now,
Let me
then
go
then I call
ahead,
up
then.
other people.
So it all
Please.
comes down to safety for our community and for our new neighbors that will arrive when the Oaks at Ridge Point subdivision is completed. That's all we want from our trustees and the developer. If both parties will not work with us to achieve these goals, which I know our trustees are wanting to work with us, and the trustees okayed the zoning change from R1 to R4, then we do have, then we must do as the law permits. And we have been working on, as a group, in Precinct T, it's called a zoning referendum. Once we have our needed signatures on a petition, the matter of keeping the properties at R1 or R4 will be voted on the 2026 November election and be voted on by the people. So that will hold up your groundbreaking development from not happening.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Mr. Flaherty, can you throw up a good overview picture so I can see the houses, on either side, and then also the roads it's on?
Yeah, you want a little wider one?
I just have a feeling we're going to be referencing the map quite a bit. You had one in your presentation that was good.
Was there?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that one's fine. And then, can you maybe just, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, perfect, okay. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to talk on this project? Yes, sir, I see you in the back. Come on up, sir. All right. No problem, yeah, you're okay. And then just raise your right hand, and sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, and then just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Sheeman. My address is 1069 Ridge Point Drive in Batavia.
Go ahead,
Yes.
yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen, Lisa. Starting off, I hate to just be an opponent for everything. I was against the new subdivision going through to Ridge Point. So accolades for the solution of having a cul-de-sac. I think that solves at least one of my concerns, so that's on a positive note. Thank you. Concerns that I have are several. Is there another, let me shoot this up to you guys and you can pass. Can I approach
That's fine,
the table?
Yeah, cool, yeah. That's okay. Craig, give me a better picture than that. The one you had was fine. I just want to be able to reference it. That's perfect, yeah, okay.
All right, the first thing I would want to talk about is the, in the cul-de-sac, having the seven homes. Couple of things come to mind here. The first one is, and my house is next to lot 52. I don't know whether, that's my house right there, and lot 52 is right here. Lot 52 is one of the smaller lots. It's got a 58-foot frontage. According to the design requirements, you have to have 5 feet on each side of the home, which means it's a 48 feet wide maximum. If you look at the geology and the topography of the land, the water from this area here flows down this way toward where you have a retention pond planned. And the creek starts probably just to the back of my house, on the edge of the property. In fact, I would say a little bit on my property and maybe 10 or 15 feet into Lot 52. And it comes down as kind of a wedge that culminates maybe 40 feet, 50 feet behind my house in the beginning of a creek. And my concern is if you look at the topography of the land, it all slopes on 52 from the club side down toward my property, and I don't know how you would ever build a foundation to a house without pushing the dirt around in a manner that would move the water towards my house and my property. So that is a major concern of water issue. You can't walk through that area without waders, even when it's dry out. As you get down further down from my house, you do need heavy galoshes to walk through that area. The other concern I have is you do have 7 homes in that area, in that cul-de-sac. We have covenants that we had to sign in order to get title to our property. Everyone on Ridgepoint, whether they live up to them or not, had to sign the covenants as part of the neighborhood.
For the HOA?
Please?
For the HOA? Is there an HOA in your neighborhood?
There is no formal HOA. So that whole thing needs to be rationalized and normalized, because you're gonna be adding 7 houses into an area that has defined covenants that someone could legally take a neighbor to task on it, because they signed off on it. And then the
My neighborhood's like that.
there are things such as what fences can be used in that in the covenants. And normalizing those is really important, otherwise it's gonna be real messy going down the road. The last item is, and you can see it better on the thing that I passed out there, is my driveway is on the side right toward Lot 52. For the life of me, I don't know how you would build that cul-de-sac or anything without blocking me, and I'd like to understand how you would manage that, because you know, I can move my car down a little bit, but I'm not 40 years old. It could be that I need a life squad. The people next to us have had the life squad at their house several times, and we just can't block off that end of the street while things are being built. There could be, and let me propose a suggestion. You know, instead of everything just being what you can't do, the cul-de-sac could be designed and the preliminary design and build coming in off of Clough. Lay it all out, and then when you finally get it all laid out, then, you know, before you put the curb and the final street in, that's when you switch it back to Ridgepoint and manage it properly. I think that's a way to do that, with minimizing the pain and agony to the 3 or 4 houses down at the end of the street. So that's kind of where I'm at. My concern is the water. How you would manage that water with a 48-foot frontage on a house with 5 feet on either side in the midst of the beginning of a creek. The covenants and my driveway. That's it. Anyone have any questions?
Mr. Sheeman, right?
Sheeman, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chairman, any questions?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Not currently.
Ms. Sheeman, by the way,
Please.
I want to commend you, because I don't want to say all the time, that's a blanket statement, but more often than not, typically residents will come up, no, right? And you have come up here with a positive attitude with other concessions and also, solutions. And so I wrote everything you just said down. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate that because I'm a pro-liberty kind of guy. I mean, if it's your land, do whatever you want. You want to sell it, sell it. You want to develop it, as long as it meets, the township rules. And so I just appreciate you doing that, by the way. Can I keep this for the time being,
Sure.
please?
Sure,
And
I've
then,
got it on my computer.
And then developers, whoever's gonna talk, you all need to plan, because he's 100% right. I'm looking at this, and I'm looking also at lot number 58 across the street from you, which would be catty-corner to your left. I need to hear a plan and what you plan on doing, because I will not have this man be inconvenienced whatsoever. I need to make sure that's crystal clear and addressed, and for the lot across the street from him. The reason why you do R4 is so you can not have every lot size the same size, because that makes things difficult. So R4 is actually a good thing when it's used properly, and I think these builders are trying to do it properly. However, so that is a small lot size, and I do not want dirt or water or you to be, or your driveway to be blocked at all, period. So I have your back on that 100%. I know these two guys well as well, so I'm just speaking on their behalf right now, for what it's worth. Thank you for pointing that out, so I appreciate that, and that'll give these guys some time to prep for a response to that, because we're not gonna allow that. I'm not gonna allow that, so, for what it's worth.
Thank you for your time.
So, thank you, Mr. Freeman, appreciate it very much, thank you. Okay, anyone else that is what's the word, not proponent, against this development, opponent, geez, what is wrong with me? The opponent of this case, please. All right, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Name and address for the record, miss.
My name is Susan Dudak, and I live at 1087 Valleywood Drive.
Can you say your name one more time?
Susan Dudak.
Dudak, okay, Susan, okay.
So a lot of us here were at the previous zoning meeting where this was all discussed, and oftentimes the question came up, what is the difference between R1 and R4? It's hard for most homeowners to understand that, and most don't. And we come to those meetings so we can get facts. That's what we count on you guys for. So I can tell you that the description of R1 versus R4 that was given by the zoning commission was extremely misleading and highly biased. Okay? And let me give you an example of what they said. In R1, typically, the houses would be on cookie-cutter half-acre lots. Now, every time they spoke about R1, they used the word cookie-cutter. But with R4, we are allowed to vary the size and shape of these lots. Some can be smaller, some can be larger, there can be fluctuation, there can be diversification, rather than just this cut-out subdivision that we used to see all the time. In an R1 traditional neighborhood, the lots are cookie-cutter, and variable means the lots can fluctuate in size. Now, R1 neighborhood, example, Chanticleer Woods, Crystal Creek, drive into one of those neighborhoods. Do you see cookie cutter? Do you see unvaried lot sizes? It has nothing to do with that. You want to see cookie cutter, drive into an R4 neighborhood. Drive into Weatherby Farms. Drive into Magnolia Trace. Nice houses, but boom, 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 lots. So the zoning commission said, they said specifically, we are trying to encourage R4s. They kept referring to the Horizon 2 2030 as backing up this ability to build R4s. And let me read you from that report, because I'm sure that most people don't even know it exists, let alone have read it. So there's a section in there called Land Use Recommendations, Residential Development. And the report specifically says, this comprehensive land use planning document shall continue to recommend single-family, large lot residential development as the guiding principle for new family development throughout the majority of Union Township. Now, it goes on to talk about little pockets where there might be the possibility that higher densers might be appropriate. But this is not one of those pockets. And even in the documentation that I received here today, where the zoning commission is saying further, adjacent land use characteristics nearly mirror the proposed development plan. Well, take a look at the township zoning map. What do you see? You see yellow, yellow, and yellow outside of the development for businesses. R1 and R2. There are very, very few R4s here. I mean, so that's not true. Their description of R1, they're clearly biased. So who here is to stand up for us? Because that's not what the community wants. So that's my first comment, okay? My second thing, I'm a real estate agent, so when I hear about a new builder that I've never heard of before, I'm gonna do my homework. So at the last zoning meeting, they said that the price range for this neighborhood was gonna be in the $600,000 plus price range. I see they've got that down. So did anybody ask, does Arbor Homes build $600,000 houses, let alone $600,000 neighborhoods? So I started with AI, Google, you know, because that's where you start, right? I said, what kind of homes does Arbor Homes build? And it came back, Arbor Homes builds affordable, stick-built, single-family ranch and two-story houses featuring open concept layouts tailored for first-time buyers and growing families. Their properties range from budget-friendly starter options to larger plans with semi-custom structural choices. I'm like, well, okay, that doesn't sound real. So I got more specific. I said, does Arbor Homes build $600,000 plus houses? And the answer came back, no. Arbor Homes does not build houses priced above $600,000. Their business model focuses exclusively on affordable, entry-level, and mid-range production houses, maxing out well below that threshold. Talks about their target demographics. Arbor Homes intentionally develops in outer suburban rings where land costs are lower, utilizing tax incentives to specifically keep homes attainable for first-time or moving-up buyers. So now I'm getting a little concerned. So, like, let's go to their website, right? What does their website say? So if you go to their website and you look at their mission statement on their website, this is their mission statement: to increase home ownership for those that didn't think they could afford it. Now I'm getting kind of worried about this subdivision. So I thought, okay, let's take a look at where they are in Ohio and what have they done or they built. So they are building in about 20 neighborhoods in Ohio so far. And it really is true. They're in very outer suburban rings. They're in places like Washington Courthouse, Plain City, Lithopolis, Bellefontaine, Vandalia, Tip City, Pequot, New Carlisle, okay? And then I looked at, and this is all information from their website, I looked at what are the starting prices in these neighborhoods. Here they are: $250, $370, $240, $230, $260, $320, $240, $230, $240, $280, $270, $350, $270, $330, $280, $300, $270. Now, in none of these neighborhoods are you going to be able to build a $600,000 house, because you're not going to start at $300 and put $300,000 into upgrades. I mean, that just doesn't happen. So I said, okay, well, you know, they're headquartered in Indianapolis, so let me look at what they're building in Indianapolis. So they have 31 home sites in Indianapolis, and only 2 of them start above $300,000. One at $300,000 and one at $350,000. They have 9 home sites in Louisville. None of those home sites start above $300,000. So,
Can I ask you a question without interrupting you?
yeah,
I don't know if you ever shop for a new home, to build from scratch. So if you ever, this goes back to a Mr. Flouty issue, because you know all those garbage signs that those home builders put up at all the corners of busy intersections, and you see the illegal signs that are removed in his report. Well, a lot of those are like those home builders, right? Which we hate, we all hate. But it'll say homes starting at $300,000. Well, that's literally like a bare bones home. But once you add the countertops, the special floors, the special, you know, finished basement or whatever, then the price ticks up to $400,000, $500,000, $600,000. So I'm just asking you the question is it say starting at building, or are these homes currently built and they've been on the market? And I'm just curious about that, because you know how it is, the starter package is bare bones.
Well,
and
I
then
looked into these neighborhoods, and the homes were priced around that. Now, even if you get into a $300,000 neighborhood, there's no way you're going to put $300,000 in upgrades into that house.
True.
It just doesn't happen. And one of the ways that builders keep their prices low is they use standardized flow plans. They have volume discounts that they get from their contractors and their providers so that their quality is pretty much all the same. That's how they make their dollar here. So it's extremely far-fetched for me to think that this is going to be a $500,000 neighborhood. And then on top of that, they want tiny little lots that are not like anything else that's around it. I've got a real concern now. Is this the kind of neighborhood that's going to add value to this area? And how do you guarantee that?
Is that really your question to us?
Yeah, I mean,
To require the board to require a higher value,
well, no, but
higher dollar builder to build here? I just want
Well-
to make sure I get the
well,
question
I'm
or
just
concern
saying
written.
that we all want a neighborhood that adds to the
Yeah.
value of the community and not detracts from it. And so from what I'm hearing so far, I'm not seeing this
Yeah.
proposal as the type that is going to add to this community. So I'm very concerned, and I think you should be very
Yeah.
concerned as well, and I know that's why we're all here.
Right, got it. Right.
So we're not opposed to building a subdivision there.
Right.
But let's make it the right one. And I mean, it starts with you and you approving R1 to R4. That's a big step here that just isn't reflective of the community. So I would like ask you to take that into consideration. And I would speak on the Clough Pike thing, but I think you have enough information on that.
And then, I don't want to interrupt you again, I'm sorry, so are you
No, that's
finished?
okay.
Okay, are you finished or no?
I just
Please,
want to
please,
say that
please.
with the Clough entrance kind of thing, I think Union Township is getting a reputation for letting builders come in, build whatever they want, forget about what impact it has on the surrounding areas. And of course, when you bring that up with the zoning commission, you know what they say, oh, not our problem, that's a Claremont County thing. But it is their problem and it is your problem because you are approving these subdivisions. So you have a great opportunity in this instance to ask the builder to step up. It's going to cost him a little bit more money. That's why he doesn't want to move the entrance to Shaler. But it's going to cost us a lot less money in the long run. So you can do that. You can say, hey, Mr. Builder, go back and change that entrance. You know, and make the builder, when possible, step up and take a little bit of responsibility for the impact, the negative impact that he is having on the community. Let's have builders that do that.
That's good. Are you finished?
And I'm finished.
Okay, so interrupt you, I'm sorry. So, by the way, you don't think about things until they're brought up, right? So this board had no idea, we just didn't think about it. For example, do you remember when we voted on the truck weight? And you couldn't have a commercial vehicle in your parking driveway? Silliest, and I'm using,
Yeah.
I'm using image, I would like to use a different word, but I'm saying silliest rule that we had in the township. You have a minivan, legal. You slap a company sticker on the side of it, illegal. You couldn't park in your driveway. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? And so we changed that rule to where, hey, if you want to start your own company and have a pickup truck, and now you want to start your own plumbing company, slap your logo on it, you should be allowed to do that. Now, can you have dump trucks and semi-trucks parked in your driveway? No. But we didn't know that until it was brought to our attention, and we immediately, as this board, rectified it, changed it so that we allow folks to have more liberty and freedom to start their own company or whatever, right? But we didn't know that until it was brought to our attention. So I did not know that folks thought the wording and the explanation of R1 to R2 to R3 to R4 was trickery or plain favorites at all. I don't want that. So this Mr. Flaherty's lane. So Mr. Flaherty, can you make a note? Let's try to bring it up to look at that, of the wording of the differences between R1 to R4 and make sure it's clear cut. And I don't want it to seem biased whatsoever. Let's just check it out and look at it, if that's okay. And then I'll tell you this, Ms. Duback, Mr. Becker voted no on it. Mr. Logue voted yes on a housing development project. And it was funny because those houses were $500,000 to $600,000, and it was from a different builder. And they have continuity. They have history of building $500,000 to $600,000 homes. Him and I got chastised because, wait, hold on, we can't. They're like, this community doesn't want $500,000 to $600,000 homes. We want more affordable homes, like $200,000 to $400,000. We got ripped for this, and we're like, okay. And then now, and so, you know, if it is $350, so the argument we heard this couple months ago was, guys, this is Union Township, this isn't Indian Hill or Terrace Park, we don't want $600,000 homes. We're like, okay. And now you're saying, see, so you know it's tough, and I get it, this is what we signed up for. It's tough because we made that decision. You might have liked that decision because those homes are going to be $500,000 plus. And hypothetically, if these homes are not 600,000, they are more 350 to 550, that's gonna make you unhappy. And so it's like, geez, no matter what
Well,
we do,
it's,
you know?
I mean, I don't know that they're gonna be
so-
550, so they referenced Magnolia Trace, which is right down the street, right?
yeah.
Now, Magnolia Trace has not been able to sell new construction over 600, okay? There's one house, I think, out of 60 that sold over 600. Now, this is Drees and Brookstone Homes.
Brookstone's the one we voted
They build $500,000 houses. They build $1 million houses in $1 million neighborhoods. They have a background and they have an infrastructure to support that. They can't even build that high a level of house. How is somebody like Arbor Homes, who doesn't have any infrastructure to support that, who's never done it before, how are they gonna do it? So I question, I know there's not much you can do about the quality, but you can do something about the zoning. Make the lots larger, you know? I mean, what's wrong with minimum setbacks? You can't, the only thing wrong with it is you can't stuff as many houses in there.
Yeah.
That's it.
I understand. You made one comment about, I wrote it down, about some of the tax incentives. I don't know why, I don't get on Nextdoor at all, but folks tell me about it, people will say, oh, another tax incentive. We have never given out a tax incentive to home builders or businesses. It's just not something that we do, but for some people have in their brain that that's happened. These folks are not getting any incentive from us.
No, I know that.
So just so you know, so.
Yeah, I understand that.
for what
But
it's
you
worth.
do give out TIFs. You give out TIFs to apartment buildings and all sorts of stuff like that.
Which, conversation for a different day.
That's another day,
And I'll
yeah.
tell you, that keeps the money in-house, so it doesn't have to go outside the township.
But it keeps that away from people like that.
You wouldn't believe it or not, that's exactly how they've survived. is because
Subsidizes the
TIFs
budget for
have kept
police.
those alive, have kept them alive.
The TIF can go to the physical building, but it can't be
So-
used for salaries
So,
or
mi-
equipment.
so hold on, let's let Mr. Wright.
But
Mr.
that's
Wright-
another day.
No, it's okay.
No, it's fair, it's fair.
Hold- time out, time out.
And the record of multifamily.
Time out. So a TIF, just 30-second elevator.
30-second, okay, the TIF freezes the property value at the base prior to the improvement. All the improvement goes into, it's basically a separate pile. Instead of the pie being split up 50 different ways, it all comes to the township. We have obligations to either make the schools whole or provide alternative compensation, depending on what they want. We do both. Aside from that, we have the ability to deploy the TIF revenues specifically in support of safety services, and my May 26 work session presentation demonstrated that we provide more than 3 million, was it 3 million? 3 million annually in safety services funding from our TIFs throughout the township, and we're permitted to do that.
Well,
It's our largest expenditure from the TIF, aside from debt obligations that support things like this building and other public projects, and our compensation to the schools.
Can TIF money be used for policemen or firemen's salaries?
They can, it's technically.
It can?
Yeah, you can use it for, you can use it for salaries and capital, and definitely for police capital expenditures. We typically use it for capital expenditures to offset the hit on their levied funds, which are police 9, 10, and 20. Because with the salaries, you have to keep track of that, and then eventually you basically, there's some, you have to basically refund it, and that it's.
Because I read that the TIF funds cannot be used for those purposes.
You're looking at post-2005,
Okay.
post-2005 TIFs. So
Okay.
those are typically TIFs that are adopted, 5709, 7, I actually just sent this to somebody, 5709, 73 C TIFs, which are, I call them area TIFs, not district or parcel TIFs. That's what I call them. Parcel TIFs are specific projects. Area TIFs are larger residential, they're actually called residential incentive districts. We don't have any post-2006 residential incentive district TIFs. We only have, we have 2003s and 2005s. And all of those are eligible to fund police and fire expenses out of that.
Okay, good.
And then the 570973B TIFs, which are the commercial TIFs, which apartments are taxed commercially, so they pay a higher effective millage rate than a residential property does. I believe in West Claremont, the residential effective rate is about 56 mills, and the commercial rate is 67 or 68 mills. So commercial properties pay a higher effective millage rate. For example, I've seen multifamily values as high as $155,000 to $156,000 per door. So a 200-unit apartment complex could be appraised as high as $30 to $35 million. I think the Union was generating more than, was it more than $500,000, almost 700,000, don't quote me, I gotta look it up. But it's a lot of money, and from that, 55% goes to the schools. The township retains the other 45% of that under a typical make-whole agreement. And those are used specifically to backstop safety services and to keep the amount and the levy requests lower through that economic development funding.
Well, that's great, and thank you for that information. And that's the kind of information that we look for when we come to zoning meetings, when we come to this, to get the correct information. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And I'm done.
Good job, by the way. Oh, you're good, you're good. Okay, it's 8:07. All right, let me call for a quick recess. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to recess at 8:05.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes?
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
For recess at 8:05 PM.
Mr. Campbell, I will entertain a motion, or gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to exit recess.
So moved.
Mike?
So, second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills.
Yes.
We're back in session at 8:18 PM.
Got it, perfect, okay. Thank you, Ms. Dubak. We'll move on. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that is against this development? Sir, come on.
And would you please bring your cards up? I
Sure.
know Mr. Dills said didn't need them, but it helps me because I'm trying to keep notes and keep
I
everybody.
apologize, but Mr. Campbell needs to write down your name and address for the record, and the cards help him, so I apologize for that, that was my mistake.
And the reason we do that is if there's follow-up or something, we need to get back with you. We got your name and number. Thank you.
Please accept my apology for
Appreciate
being
it.
wrong on that.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, then state your name and address for the record.
My name is Alex Lambrose. I live at 1069 Clough Pike. I'm the only resident on Clough Pike that didn't get a notice on this development. It doesn't matter because I got enough information. I recognize the reality that people have the rights to develop their properties. However, when they purchase the property, regardless of how they obtained it, they knew it was an R1 property. They're asking for an R4, which is legally their rights. But how it was done is what concerns me. Notifications were sent out. Some people got it, some people didn't. The association didn't get it on the development. And when they made the presentation last month, they had none of this information. Different designs, different, completely. They put the notices out. Did everybody get them? I didn't. Did they put signs out? They put one sign out in the woods, in the subdivision. Nothing on Clough, nothing on Sailor. How will people know what's going on if they didn't notify the people? And when we attended the meeting, the zoning meeting, the people were pretty nice. The whole board, sympathetic, but whatever the citizens brought up, you don't get to see it. No record whatsoever. Now, today we're coming over, brand new designs. Brand new, everything. We don't know nothing. How can we come up here and ask for something when we don't know? It was never presented to the people. And if you look at your own forms, we all took an oath at one time and another to serve and protect. We're serving the public. The public don't know what R1 is, M1, whatever. They don't know what it is, what the rules are. My main concern between R1 and R4 is the spacing between the houses, particularly in the backyard. R4 allows you to only have 5 feet for a backyard. What are you going to do, shake hands with your neighbor every morning? You know, those things need to be in writing. It was a complaint about the subdivision. That subdivision road is only 24 feet. It's not wide enough. You know, now you change the rules. I can't identify the problems. Now, on the R4 changes, once you take a vote here, if any changes is done, it doesn't come back to you. One person makes a decision.
It's not that comes back to the board and the board votes on it for the changes. Your own bylaws says one individual does it and they will notify the board. It doesn't come back and start all over again for a new. And if you look at your paperwork, I'm sorry. Okay. If you look at your paperwork on 326Z, Part 4, the Township Zoning Commission and the Township Trustee may request other county, state, and federal agencies such as the Claremont County Planning Commission, County Engineer, Water and Soil Conservation, Claremont County Water and Sewer District, and Ohio OPA to review and comment on submitted plans. Okay. At the meeting, we ask for storm sewer because on Clough Pike, it does not work. And I guarantee you that. You can drop a gallon of dye in front of our houses and you can dump water and let it storm and it ain't going nowhere. The storm sewers do not work at all. Sewer system, you got an 8-inch sewer system on Clough Pike, 60 years old. You got the creek back there with 2 natural ponds. Do you have an EPA report? We hear a lot of reports coming in. I came to your office to look at them. I can't find them. It's all hearsay. I have to see everything in writing. What I recommend is, because the way the process was done, send it back and give opportunity to the people to look at the new designs. I can't even talk about it because I don't know. This is totally different of what we saw 2 weeks ago. How can we make recommendations? How can we ask for stuff when we don't know? They didn't have no pictures of houses. They told us they're going to build us to 6,000 square foot homes on a 9,000 square foot lot. Look at watch it on TV, on YouTube. It's too many unanswered questions. Stuff that people ask for. You, the board, don't get to see them because nobody wrote it down. They thought it was a big joke about the gate, which is the dumbest thing I ever heard. You're going to put a gate there? Ain't no fence. What's the sense of having a gate? Just to block the street? They drive around it. It's too many unanswered questions to the public. They're so fed up and they just don't trust you. That's the reality. I recommend send it back, give the people an opportunity to digest it, see what they need, and then come back. We got plenty of time. They already admitted that they won't do nothing till next year.
Mr. Lewis, do you want me to address a few things you talked about?
Yes, please.
Just, they're not 6,000 square foot homes. That would be like an Indian Hill style home. That'd be a monster home, just so you know.
Yeah.
They're not 6,000. But this is the first, well, the zoning was first, and then it comes here. And the county won't take a look at it unless the township says, yes, they're approving this in their town. That goes for all of Claremont County. So no matter where you were to build in the county, if the township's not going to approve it, vote it down, the county's not going to look at it to begin with. So the first step is here. That's the first step. And then the engineer and the county, those folks look at it after that. Just, you know, so when they approached the zoning, they came with their plans, and then they heard, you know, the residents talk, and then the zoning board's recommendations. That's why they changed it to accommodate what everyone, the feedback they got to give us these plans. That's why they did that. And so the gate you're talking about, they did that for those two guys over there for safety services. But then they got approval that they didn't need the gate. So the gate was actually to help for safety services, for that. And then they did away with the gate because they realized they didn't need it. And actually I thought the adjacent neighborhood didn't want the gate at all, so that's why they put an end cul-de-sac there instead of having a gate drive-through. So therefore the road doesn't go through the neighborhood to the right, so they just put an end cul-de-sac there. There was a gate, but from my understanding, the feedback they got was from the residents that live in that current neighborhood, they didn't want the gate, and so they basically cut it off. That's why the plans are different tonight than they were. So I mean, you could say you don't trust any of us up here on this board, but no, hold on. You can say you don't trust any of us.
I'm
What
sorry.
I'm saying is that they send the plans first to zonings, zoning makes recommendations, then they modify them to bring them here, and that's what they're doing now. So, so far, everything they've done, whether you like them or not is irrelevant, they've done everything correctly up to this point, if that makes sense.
It's as I stated before, it's not a matter if they did, the correct the problems or the issues. You had over 30 concerns at that meeting. Not a one of them made it to your report that you got in front of you. Who are we serving? When you met with the contractor, you met several times. Your guideline itself says that you met with a contractor several times, okay? You send a notice out to the people that you're gonna do it, but you don't give them any information, any kind of information of what their rights are. Nothing. And what happens is they say they attend the meeting, and I tell you very simple. The only thing everybody got very clear, if you don't follow our recommendation, what we're going to do, we're going to strip the land and put houses on it. Well, you don't blackmail people. He's from out of town. He's coming in here to make a profit. There's nothing wrong with it. He has the rights to. It's his land. But if he wants something changed, he has to cooperate. We asked how the houses look. We didn't have no pictures of see what kind of house you do. How can we have input on it if we didn't know? How can we prepare for it? It's an unfair. Now, the bottom line is, the reality is, you can make a choice, and you got a hard choice to make today. Either send it back, vote for it, or turn it down. That's your choice. And I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now. But the difference is, these people don't know what to do next because you're not providing that information. Don't you think you should have a piece of paper, a guideline for every citizen to look at it and says, okay, they're going to do this, but I have the option of doing that, to protest it or support it. You're leaving them out in the cold. It's very simple. Union Township, Precinct T, the last election for governor, you had 601 people voted for the governor. Either way, whichever party it was, there were 601 people voted. According to your own township rules, to put a referendum in requires 8% of that vote. That's 47 people. Okay? People should know that's all they have to do is get 47 registered voters to participate, to put it on the ballot. Now, this is where you come in. Would you assist the people to put it on the ballot, if you vote yes on it, so they can meet the language. They got 30 days to do it. Would you provide that service to the public, to put a referendum in?
That, I think I completely understand your completely understand your perspective and question there. And yeah, you're absolutely right that there's a legal path for referendum. But I also believe that that probably stretches beyond the limit of the government here. I'm gonna ask that question because, hold on.
Yeah, I understand.
No, here's the question, like, here's the very black and white question with that. You'd be asking if Township Resources can support or oppose a ballot item. And that's a very dangerous, slippery hill that is an issue.
No, I'm not asking
Right.
you for that. I'm
So-
not
so-
asking whatsoever of that. What I'm asking
to
for
support the
is
residents.
the legal language that you need specifically for Union Township Precinct T exclusively to vote on this one to remain R1 or to change to R4. That's all I'm asking, is to provide the proper language so
Clean
people can
referendum,
put out
clean
the-
referendum language for.
Yes, that's
so,
all.
So, yeah, and also probably another item there is I don't believe it's just, to precinct T. I think it's you'd have to collect signatures, for the total, was it 35% in the last gubernatorial for the township?
No. It's not
Okay.
the township
I'm not here to
voted for
legislate,
that.
I'm not here to litigate that.
But what I'm trying to say is,
I've looked at that previously as an issue for residents, absolutely understand, and absolutely have shared that in the past, that referendum is a right that residents have, absolutely. And to make it clear.
basically, what you're trying to tell me, if I come in as a businessman, okay, and I want something from you, you're gonna bend over backwards like you did with them, you sat down, you had meetings with them, you didn't charge them for it, okay? You turn around and wrote up all the designs and the paperwork, okay? And you didn't charge them anything. And now the citizens that be paying your taxes, and most of them are retirees on a fixed income, asking you to represent them and provide them with the necessary tools to defend what they will guarantee when they purchase their properties. And now you want to change the rules, and you know it, and I know it. Senior citizens can't afford to fight you. The only thing they can ask is, put it on a referendum.
I'm not looking for a fight from anybody, and I'm
No.
not trying to change any rules with anybody,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm not asking
And-
you to change the
and-
rules. I'm asking you to use equal rules to both sides. You're leaving one side, the taxpayers, on the cold. And you roll the carpets out on the other side. Make it even. That's all. And I hope you consider my position, and you go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Guinevere.
Do you have any questions for me?
Mr. Baker, Joey? No.
No,
We're
thank you,
okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Thank you
Rose.
for your
sir.
time.
Appreciate you. Miss, come on up. All right. Just raise your right hand, and then do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. And then just do me a favor, say your name and address slowly so Mr. Campbell can grab it.
There's a
from
card that I
Oh.
turned in that someone has.
What was your first name?
Margaret.
Got it right here. You're good. But we still need it for the record. Go ahead and say it.
I think I just put Margaret Zedan,
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
legally it's Margaret Richardson Zedan, 1088 Ridge Point Drive, Batavia 45102.
Yes, ma'am.
This isn't really opposed or for.
That's okay.
It's more comments and questions.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I'm grateful for the cul-de-sac, because my big concern living on Ridge Point was a road coming through with maybe 100 and whatever number more cars trying to get through that.
Yeah.
I I do want to make one comment, because some of you up there probably agree with me. I'm still very active and I drive a lot. Just because I'm a senior doesn't mean I drive any less. I just want you to know. And my neighbors are in and out of their houses all the time, just as often as the young folks with little kids. I'm sorry, I don't need a golf cart.
I
So-
appreciate that.
I just want you to know, thank you. Okay, so the water issue was already brought up, it's on both sides of that cul-de-sac. So I think 7 houses is gonna be a big issue, to take care of that, so that that doesn't impact. I'm concerned that because I've seen this, even on Clough, just across, a little later, just across Shaler. When they put into a new subdivision there, they really raised the ground. I certainly don't want the ground raised in a way that's going to shed water into either other people's yards or homes, or like the Clough Pike residents right now who, their water doesn't drain. I'm extremely concerned about another road coming off Clough Pike in the short distance of a light, the distance of maybe a house and a half, and the exit we now can take to get out onto Clough. Maybe there's only about 10 houses between us and the next light. Just to kind of give you an idea. And somewhere in there, another entrance onto Clough. I just think, I'm concerned. I think that's dangerous. I just think it's dangerous. If there's a way of doing Shaler, or Shaler, however it's pronounced, that would make a little more sense to me. It seems to have a little more room without some of the difficulty that we're already having. And wherever that new one goes in, there's not a left turn lane. So if they want to turn into their subdivision from there, it's going to be extremely difficult to do that, and especially if that's the only way in or out for them. So I'm not certain. There are times getting in and out is really difficult, and we really depend on those lights. I think someone mentioned about not having a right turn on the red there, because we really depend on those 2 red lights so that we can get out even to make a right turn without having, and times you're still kind of gunning it a little bit currently just to get out safely. And I know there've been a few accidents right there, but I think that's it. I didn't have somebody answered the question about the housing. I certainly wouldn't want houses lower than, 350, just because of we just got the new evaluations on what ours are.
I know.
And so that's and then I also have concerns about if they only have to put 5 feet between houses. For me, that's a big concern as well.
I understand.
That's not enough space between houses. It really isn't. And I grew up and was born and raised in Detroit. I know what close houses look like, and I know also what a hazard it is if one of them catches fire, how quickly that spreads if you've only got 5 feet or less between buildings. So my biggest concerns are the Clough Pike and that glad he mentioned the water and the other, and that's it.
Yeah, I didn't get your last name, so I can't, but thank you, Miss Margaret. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Margaret, any questions?
No.
Any questions?
Mr. Logue?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, miss. Appreciate you. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Yeah, please, come on up, sir. Perfect. You got it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And then I'll swear you in. All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
My name's Doug Schaefer. I live on 1060 Clough Pike. And I have the house right there that's affected by all of this. The house right there where the entrance is at. So I've got.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Okay, right there, all right.
Yep, I've got the house that is physically affected by all of this,
Yeah.
which is fine. I just want to say I truly support all this. I think this is a great thing. And the May 24th meeting, we were talking about plenty of green space. This is new. The prior plans had much more green space, which would have been really nice. There's a ton of green space back there, but there's a ton of wildlife back there. I'm not too thrilled about having a road right beside me, but I know what it is. It is what it is. But we also have to consider what's the safety of the people that are back there. We're all concerned, all of us, people at the Ridge Point, one word, Ridge Point, is concerned about drainage. I'm sure you guys hear this all the time. I'm not even gonna bring that up anymore. Drainage is an issue. But to me, the real issue is the traffic on Clough opposed to the traffic on Bach Buxton. We've all driven down both of them. During school hours, traffic on Clough is insane. You can't get out. If it's 7:45, good luck. Somebody might be nice enough to stop short of you. You've got about a football field before Shaler at my house, and then the new street's gonna be right there. So you've got to gun it, and hopefully nobody's coming. I've almost been T-boned there plenty of times. I mean, dozens of times. My kids have also too. Every time, this is just during school hours. When we first moved there 27 years ago, it was just a stop sign. They raised up the land. They took all of our shrubs and trees that were blocking the view. I replanted another 40-plus shrubs and trees out there. Now, with this new layout, they're gonna have to widen the road because people are not gonna be able to turn in and out safely. It's a hazard the way it is now. With this plan, the only solution that I see is going back to the old plan. Is it possible we could pull up the old plan? So, the old plan, you have two exits. If you want to go south towards 125, you have to turn left out of my house or the new subdivision. Good luck with the school. Like I said, 27 years ago, Glennis and Amelia, they were miles away. Now that school's so close that we can hear the metronome clinking every time the band's playing, which is great, fully support it. But the reality of it is Bach Buxton has less traffic than Clough Pike. My solution is either gun it, or you turn right on the Shaler, you turn right on the Bach Buxton, and you're going past that subdivision anyways. So the only solution is to go through the subdivision, and then you can turn right onto Bach Buxton and go towards 125. And that way, the people in the new subdivision, the 60 homes there, will have an alternative route besides turning left and towards 125. They can turn right out on the Bach Buxton, which has less traffic. If you're turning right out of that subdivision, you have a quarter mile towards Shaler. You got another quarter mile before the next traffic light. You don't have 300 feet before the traffic light at Shaler like it is at my house. I know no matter what happens, I'll still have to turn right and turn right and turn right. But I'm advocating for the new people and all the realtors that come in, all the contractors that come in, all the minivan moms that come in. They're gonna need to safely pull out of their own subdivision. I don't mind it. I'm a wild man. I'll gun it and get it. You can ask the people that live there. But it's the reality of it all. I just don't get the understanding of it's gonna be a slight inconvenience. And I understand the inconvenience. All of the traffic is going past my house, all of it. And I've had, our land got reduced once already. It's gonna end up getting reduced again. So that's another inconvenience, whatever, which is fine, whatever, we still support it. But the only solution that I see for the residents, the new residents for this new subdivision, is to be able to exit on the backside of Bach Buxton to turn right up to 125. That's all that I got.
Mr. Becker, any questions? Mr. Logue?
Questions for you guys. What are your thoughts between the traffic from Bach Buxton and Clough Pike? Which one's worse? You don't have to even talk about it, because I know that there's reports and this, that, and the other, but you don't have to talk about it. I just want to give you something to think about, right?
Yeah.
I see it every day.
Hold on a second. Mr. Logue,
It's a
any-
loaded question, I know.
No, well spoken, and thank you.
And then, hey, Mr. Flaherty, keep the old plan handy, because I'll probably reference it later on tonight. Yep. Mr. Schaefer, first off, fantastic attitude, given the fact that, yeah, I think out of almost everyone, you're probably the most affected. especially since the main entrance is going right by your house.
Yeah, and we still
so-
support the subdivision. We love it. I
Um,
think the homes that you guys have presented, I think they're wonderful homes, and they're somewhat affordable for this economy. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're okay. I just appreciate your attitude. And do you, hypothetically, maybe it's shot down, but if it is upheld to be voted for, is there anything you want specifically for them to do on your property?
Well, I'm already building a fence. I got a permit to build a fence a couple months ago. I'm building a shadow box fence, the good neighbor fence. I'm being proactive on this. But if they do this other subdivision where because we're bending the knee to the fine people at Ridgepoint, I might, I don't know, I might just buy a bunch of junkers out there and put them behind my house. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
God,
I wouldn't
no,
do
I'm
that.
laughing. I'm laughing. It's
Little comic
we,
relief.
we have to try to make light of life sometimes. No, it's good. Okay.
They said they're already gonna put shrubs and trees out there. That's about all they can do.
Do you want me to ask them for anything else? I'll put it.
And if they wanna pony up for some of the fence, I'd be fine with that too. But, and I'm installing all this. It's a beautiful fence.
Okay.
More welcome to look at it, whatever, but.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep, I don't have a problem with it at
Thank
all,
you, Mr.
again,
Chairman.
but I think it's a safety issue.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that is, please, so come on, I saw you first, sir, then I'll get you next. Come on up, sir. Yeah, please bring that up. Yeah, appreciate that. Helps out Mr. Campbell a lot.
Okay, then I gotta write it.
Oh, no, it's okay. Just talk slow so Mr. Campbell can get you, okay?
Oh, talk slow, okay, so I tell you verbally. Great.
Yeah.
You verbally, I'll do that.
This nice gentleman right here.
You look quite nice.
Yeah, so.
You look like a nice
Hey,
guy.
let me go swear you.
Love your haircut.
Absolutely.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Great. And then just state your name and address for the record, but
I know, it's a
Mr.
long
Campbell-
night, everyone's got the giggles. Yeah.
Mr. Campbell can write it down.
Mr. Campbell, it's Ivan Delgado, Ivan Delgad, like dog O.
Got it. And then your address, sir.
1122 Forest Run Drive. Feel free to visit. That's a joke.
Yeah.
I think there have been tremendous solutions raised to the issues proposed. I don't want to reiterate those. The traffic, the drainage, the people whose homes are directly affected. I came here to be mainly informed, and I certainly was, and I think everyone's spoken very eloquently on those issues. I'm in full support of the solutions proposed, the entrance to Shaler, et cetera, very intelligent solutions. There's just one perspective I want to add from the point of someone who owns no property. Now, don't be misguided by the spring chickens behind me, all right? But I, unlike them who are concerned of their property and of their existing value, as they should be, it is their property.
Sure.
I myself will one day hope to be in a position like them where I am concerned of my own property. Right now, I rent a home at the address I mentioned with 4 other people. There's 5 of us, and yes, it's legal. 5 of us in one place. We've tried many, many times to buy a home, but because of the prices of the economy, which I know the trustees can't control, we're outbid every time. We pulled together our money, we have a handsome down payment. I get a nice corporate job, that's why I'm wearing the shirt. It's not for you guys, unfortunately. But outbid cash every time. Now, this is not necessarily a request to the developer or anything like that. I understand the prices were lowered. This is just a general sentiment that out of all the solutions you've heard today, I think all of them are valid. I just want to throw in my 2 cents that I think one solution that won't solve anything is raising the prices. I know some people think, they were 600,000 before. And some, as you mentioned, not to make your head spin, some people want higher prices, some people want lower prices. If I had property in this existing area, perhaps I'd want higher prices. But I want to bring the perspective of somebody who one day dreams to have property in this area, to build a life here with my friends in Union Township, where I intend to stay. As you enter, hypothetically, the negotiation phase after this, the one thing I request for you to weigh is, of course, the traffic, of course, the drainage, but raising the prices back to 600,000 is not something I think would solve any of the problems brought here today, and not something that would benefit people like me and my friends who want to establish a future life here. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Appreciate it very much. Thank you very much.
Eloquently spoken. Thank you, Mr. Delgado.
Okay. Mel, did you want to come up? Okay, Mel, come on up, sir. Mr. Campbell, do you have Mr. Dean's, or Wood's address memorized? All right, DeWitt, Mr. DeWitt, also swear in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you
That I
God?
do.
Name and address.
Melvin DeWitt, 3902 Banks Road.
Yes, sir.
I've heard many things here tonight, and I want to just restate that your first purpose here is to protect the residents. And that means, you know, their general safety, their property, and that is your duty. I disagree with one of the statements that somebody made. It's not you, this board here, that are trying to change the rules. It's the gentlemen back here that are trying to change it from R1 to R4. Now, sometime in the past, there's been many people that have looked over and figured out how to zone these various areas. Why they did that, I don't know. But they thought that they were good. And for you to change, excuse me, I stated that wrong, for somebody to try to change those in the middle of the road is wrong. If they need to be changed, they need to be changed. But before something like this comes up, not in the middle of the game. That's about what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay. So I was taking notes. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to speak tonight? Come on up, sir. Oh, my gosh.
Howdy.
All right, perfect. And then, all right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and then just say your name and address for the record, but slowly so Mr. Campbell can grab it.
My name is Jacob Daum, Jacob. Last name Daum, D as in dog, A as in apple, U as in unicorn, M as in mother.
Got it. Please, yeah.
I am the second owner of a 72-year-old house. I'm proud that I was able to buy that house. I'm 25 years old. I bought that house 3 years ago. Most people my age, most of my contemporaries, are not capable of being able to buy a house. And if I say I didn't compromise, that would be a lie. It is a project house as an understatement. Certainly a lot of work has to be done to it. That house was built after the Second World War. It was built for a family who bought it, who raised their 3 daughters in it, who lived in it, died in it, had a whole life in it. It's like an 1,100 square foot house. The profound amount of what is being built today, not just here, but all across the country, is homes that are way larger than that, don't fit the scale of that, are much bigger, often double the size, and because of that are also way more expensive relative to people's incomes. It is not generally possible to be able to be a father with a stay-at-home wife and a child anymore and own a house. It's just not functionally possible. You have to at least have a 2-parent income, and then all of the extra problems that come with that, like having to afford childcare and plan around that and all the other stuff around that, just to be able to raise a family. And so my problem with this proposal wouldn't be that they're not expensive enough, but they're too expensive, really. I'm very much in favor of the diversity of the free hand of the market. Let developers build. If developers somewhere want to build expensive homes, let them build expensive homes. If they want to build cheap homes, let them build cheap homes. But certainly, as a community, if the goal of the township is to bring in and retain the youth, to have a literal future, because eventually all of the older people in the back are going to die off, and you won't have a tax base if they're all dead, right?
You better be careful.
So you're going to need people like me who are willing to set up a life here and live here and pay taxes here and grow the community, and it's very much so impossible to do that when there's nothing that you can afford, and when the houses like mine that are fixer-uppers, that someone who was 96-year-old died in, are very rare to find. When it's impossible to start that future, Why would you live in Union Township? Why not go live somewhere else? Why not rent an apartment in downtown Cincinnati? And if you're going to not be able to own a house anyway, like, why bother trying? So I think I would encourage the trustees here to consider and favor development plans that include smaller lot sizes, that include lower price housing, that include smaller houses. And also, you have to consider when the only stuff being built and developed is big houses on big lots, you're telling people essentially, if you want to own a house, you have to mow this much yard. If you want to own a house, you have to vacuum this much floor. Some people would rather like to have a smaller house and not have to pay the extra heating and cooling costs, pay the extra energy bills, and do the extra maintenance. But that lower end diversity in the free hand of the market is quite lacking. And that's not just because of zoning restrictions, which in and of themselves are already quite crazy, restrictive to be able to build smaller stuff, but also because of other people who already own stuff who are worried about their own housing values going not up enough, and then usually often later complaining when the precipitous increase of property taxes also occurs. So I would encourage you all to consider and encourage developers to build more affordable homes for young families that can build and start a future here, and maybe we can actually revitalize America one small township at a time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Jacob. Jacob, have you come up to this podium before for something recently?
I have not. This is the first time I've attended a township trustee meeting, but I've lived in the township for 6 years now.
Okay, I thought I was recalling that you've spoken before. Anyway.
We might have met before,
Eloquently,
but not here.
eloquently said. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, is there anyone else that's in opposition? Okay, Mr. Builders, developers, I'll bring you back up. And, please. And I have sworn you both already in, so you guys are both good to go. And then you guys can tag team or whatever you like to do, no problem.
Wow. Well, hopefully we got it, some of it down, and some of we can answer some of these questions. I'll start off with the connection to Shaler Road. The terrain is very steep. The property really drops down. It's about 12 to 15 feet from the property down to Shaler Road, and it's a very steep grade to traverse, and it wouldn't be practical to put a road to Shaler Road. Secondly, if we did put a road to, if it was possible to put a road to Shaler, the creek does come, I think it's on the north side of Shaler, and it does cross over. That proposed street would be approximately the same distance we have it from the intersection now on Clough. It would be about the same distance from the intersection from the light. But the main reason is not to go to Shaler, it's just due to the steep terrain is the main reason. So that's why we propose not to go to Shaler Road. I guess with Mr. Sheeman, with his concerns, I'd like to say that construction entrance would come off of Clough, and just as he stated, we would build the subdivision. Everything would come in off of Clough. The only things that we would do would be the sewer and water tie-in onto Ridge Point, and then the paving and curb construction would be coming off of Ridge Point. But like he said, the main heavy lifting of the earthwork and things of that nature, we would bring a construction entrance in off of Clough Pike. His water issues, I'd like to, I guess the best thing to do is if I can I approach the board and just show them our thoughts real quick on this, on the plan? It'd be easier to discuss. So, this is lot 52. Here's the cul-de-sac. There's a ridge high point that comes this way. The water drains, you can see the finger, it drains down into here, into this pond. This point drains this way. There's this finger he's talking about that runs across his property. It's a natural drain. All the impervious area would be affected by the storm sewer run down this way. The only thing, we can do a side ditch down here, and we can put a catch basin in here, pick this up, take it to here, and then we would eliminate that flow from going across his property. So that would answer that question.
Got it, perfect, okay.
Let's see. I'll let you talk about covenants and restrictions on the HOA. I guess the only other point I'd like to make is, you know, the property is currently zoned R1. And, you know, the property could be developed as R1. Access would come right off Clough. It could tie into Ridge Point Drive, and no approvals are required. There's no approvals required, only approval through this board, I'm sorry. No approval through this board or these residents would not have an input on what kind of road would be built from Clough Pike to Ridge Point, because it's zoned R1, it's approved. They could, a developer come in tomorrow and build a road from Clough Pike to Ridge Point and develop R1 lots on it, and the access, so what I'm trying to say is the access is really independent of the zoning. We're asking for R4 zoning to build, again, as the two young gentlemen say, a more affordable housing. We're trying to take the natural character of the land and preserve the ponds, create a community, create an environment that people want to live in, you know. And so, you know, in my opinion, the access could be, if that road connection could be built tomorrow, you know. So, I just wanted to bring that up to your attention. With regards to the traffic impact study, there was a mention of 180 vehicles per day. The traffic counts are as such. The AM peak trips are 47, and the PM peak trips are 60. Those are minimal. They're small amounts of traffic with relation to the overall roadway system. So I just wanted to make you aware that it's not 188 or whatever was referenced in earlier. The rear yards are 30 feet. They're not 5 feet. And the other comment I think I had was there will be side yards.
Ballpark, yes, side yards, ballpark, I was gonna say, I know they're different because it is R4, but what's the?
We're proposing 5 foot of side yard, 10 feet between houses, and that's consistent with what was done at Magnolia Trace. I think, unless you guys got any questions for me, I'll let Ed take care of some of the comments that he's gonna address.
So I don't want to repeat everything that Doug said, but when it comes to the gentleman who lives at the end of Ridge Point Avenue, Ridge Point Drive right now, we're not going to block his driveway, as mentioned. We're going to be coming in off of Clough Pike with our construction entrance. When we go to tie in that sewer, I believe that sewer is on the side of his driveway. There are ways for us to tie in without blocking his driveway. We can have no parking for our contractors on Ridge Point Drive. I know it's a public street, but we can require that of our contractors. And then when it comes to the covenants and restrictions, I guess, that were filed for their neighborhood, there's no HOA, but I guess they had to sign off on some things. For those 7 lots, we would be happy to review those covenants and have our homeowners sign off to adhere to those covenants, if they're, you know, if as long as it's not related to, you know, some sort of square footage requirement that they're trying to meet, or a building material that Arbor Homes isn't proposing. As far as maintenance of their property and things like that, we'd have no problem having our homeowners sign off on that. But other than that, I'll let Arbor, unless you guys have questions, I'll let Arbor Homes kind of take it over with the pricing and things like that.
We'll definitely have questions for, because y'all are coming to say you
Yeah.
all are kind of one.
Yeah.
So I might have y'all three
Yeah,
come
no
up
problem.
whatever. But yeah, please come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen, did you, one of you have questions for those guys? Sorry, okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we do have a mission around affordable home ownership. So this home series, the Destination Series, is our higher end home. We have an Arrival series that we came out with in the last few years. Starts in the low 200s. It's pretty sweet, frankly, in my view. I think the two gentlemen in the back might be a fan of those kind of projects. That's not what we're building here. Once again, we're owned by Clayton Homes, which is owned by Berkshire Hathaway. So we, can borrow money at a lower rate than most home builders. Berkshire Hathaway owns a bunch of different, building material companies, so we can buy in bulk from them. There's many different ways that essentially we can bring efficiency to the process and cost effectiveness because of our scale that allows us to build a quality home for a decent price for American families. And that's what we're here to do. Is there any questions you guys have specifically about the homes? No?
Mr. Becker, anything?
All right.
Mr. Logue?
Sounds very
The,
fair market American.
I do, I want to ask you, so the number 600 was tossed out at the zoning case?
Yeah.
And tonight that number was not tossed out. So
Yeah.
what are the prices, ballpark of these homes?
Yeah, 350 to 550, excuse me. We have two, so Arbor's at Grandin Pond. It's a subdivision up in South Lebanon. It's our Arbor series, which is different than the Destination, but more similar than the Arrival. And that's an average of 450, 460 right now.
Mhm.
The John Charles Estates in Forest Park is averaging around 450, 460. We're about to open our first Destination Series community in Lebanon proper, basically next year.
Yeah.
And so we don't have, sales figures for that product here.
Okay. I'm going to have questions for all three of you, so if you all three want to come up,
Yeah.
that's fine. So, no, go ahead and stick with it.
Yeah.
But, okay, so question is, okay, if we leave it R1, which would put you at a half acre, how many houses could you fit there, and then can you just jack the price up?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you that right now. I'd have to go back, talk to our marketing team, see what the market could support. I'd have to talk to the engineers.
Well, I'm going to
and
ask you to
figure
give me
out.
an educated guess. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to come across too strong, but
No,
it's
no,
kind
that's
of
all right.
now or never tonight. So
Yeah.
if we kept it the same at R1,
Yeah.
ballpark, we could do some math real quick.
Yeah,
Ballpark, how many homes could you cram in there?
Yeah.
That would
So-
be R1, they give you half acre lots, and then can you just rub the price up a little bit to make up the difference?
I could not tell you that because I don't know what the R1 standards are.
Mr. Dales, I do have that,
Thank you.
that
So
number.
R1's half acre standard, so please, go ahead.
So it's the calculation, if you
Just
take
ballpark.
51 homes.
51 homes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's flat, just taking the acreage of 23.63 divided by the minimum square footage of an R1 lot, which is 20,000, that yields 51 homes.
But they couldn't do that much because you have to make way for road.
For roads,
and then
yeah.
also
So you're
the-
looking
also
at
the
40,
terrain, the terrain.
45, 44, 45 homes
Is
after
there a
that.
lot width minimum that you guys? or is it
Yes,
just
yep, 100.
100?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
we don't build on 100-foot wide lots. The development cost is too much.
Okay,
so,
fair enough,
yeah.
okay. I know the terrain is not the best, but these folks, you hear them loud and clear. And actually, it's really not their concern or my concern. The concern is the residents are gonna be moving into there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult for them to get on a clough.
Yeah.
I think you can hear, everyone avoids clough if we can avoid. Worst part is, it's a county road. We can't do anything to that road, even if we wanted to. And really, they need to put a center lane there, at least put a center lane there, so people can turn left, get in the center lane, and then merge over to the right. At least do that. But regardless, that's a conversation for our county, not for Union Township.
Yeah.
So my question is, what can you do to make Shaler happen? To put the entrance and exit there and reroute this plan
Yeah.
to make it happen?
I'm gonna turn that over.
That's
to
why I
the
said maybe all three of y'all,
developer.
can y'all come up? Yeah.
Because I,
Is there,
It's emergency response. I'll step out.
all right, so appreciate it if nobody caused any problems, because obviously our chief of police isn't here, so, you know, don't beat us up. But okay, so hey, can you, is there any chance you can still make your money, do what you want to do? I know the terrain's a little rough, but make it happen to exit out of Shaler. Is that possible? And can the township work with you folks to make that happen?
It's not cost effective to go that way. It's just,
Okay.
the terrain's just too steep. And secondly, there's a 12-inch public water main that runs along, up on the ridge top there that would require more cost, to relocate that water line.
Got it. All right, so to go back to, and the reason why you adjusted your old plans to your new plans now, is that because the folks in the neighborhood basically didn't want drive-through traffic? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, we lost 2 lots doing that.
Yeah. Is there a way? All right, no, fair enough. Okay, all right, got it. Okay, what I want done, and you all may want to talk about this before we vote and give us your opinion, is for the front house, so Mr. Schaefer, he's the one that owns the nice, beautiful house in the front of your all's there on Clough. I would like for you all to take care of his fence. Can you all do that?
Yes, I was actually, I meant to talk about Mr. Schaefer when I was
Okay.
up here, but yeah, I'm happy to work with him.
Out of
with this fence.
everyone, now the gentleman next to lot number 52 is affected big time, but out of everyone is entering and exiting by his house. He's the one that's affected the most, and honestly, I can't believe how positive he was, because if it was me, I would be 100% against him if I was him. So I want you to take care of his fence. Can you do that? Second part is all right, here's the part where you may not like it. I need you all to discuss this part. So, how wide is lot 52, which is the one closest to Mr. Sheeman, right there at the end? Ballpark, do you have a,
It's 60 feet wide.
okay. Yeah, and then how wide is lot 53, the one right next to it? I know
If you're asking me if I can get the lot next to Mr. Sheeman a little wider, we can do that, we can accommodate that. I mean, do you want me to go to 65 feet? I can make it 65. What I would do is I would increase the setback on the cul-de-sac a little bit, and was able to shift those lots around and pull some distance out of the lots in the back of the cul-de-sac and make that lot next to Mr. Sheeman wider.
well, and I'm surprised that the homeowner by lot number 58's not here. So I don't want those two residents affected at all.
Yeah,
Oh.
his lot's a little wider now, anyway, I can tell you how wide his lot is.
But I do not want these two residents affected at all, zero, none, non-negotiable. So, I don't want any dirt in their land, don't affect their property. Any drainage at all, no dirt, I don't want it. So, and I'll tell you, our zoning inspector, people either love him or hate him, but he will be on this. And so, can you eliminate lot number 52 and still make do? And only put 7 homes, or 6 homes around the cul-de-sac?
I don't want to,
Yeah.
obviously, we've sacrificed 2 lots
Yeah.
from our initial plan to make it a cul-de-sac. I would prefer to keep the lot, obviously, and work with the homeowners, on not affecting that. That's really what I would prefer
Okay.
to do, work with them in some way.
You can make it 65 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Foot, okay. I think that's all the questions I got. Mr. Becker, do you have anything for these guys? Mr. Logan, you got anything else?
So, I like the questions you're asking, Mr. Dills, as far as, the sacrificing of additional lots, or I was just pondering the previous plan and the road all the way through and the sacrifice of those 2 lots that you're talking about, but I think that on total, more homeowners in Ridge Point would not be happy with a road going all the way through, but it sounds like it alleviates more traffic concerns that, Mr. Schaefer shared. So I thought that was a pretty valid point, for the traffic concerns that everyone has, and the concern that you have about eliminating 2 lots or so, and them not wanting to eliminate 4 lots in total. So I'm saying on balance, a road going through, and instead of eliminating 4 that he's asking for, just eliminate those 2 that are closest to, Mr. Sheetman and the other gentleman. So that was just a thought. Happy to hear anyone's comments on that. I don't know if you tracking that, you like that concept.
Lot 58, how wide is that one?
As they're looking at that,
It's got a radius, so it's impossible. It's 35 feet wide in the back, and it's probably, if you measure it across the front, about 63 feet.
At the setback.
It's ballpark,
It's 70 feet, but what we do is the house is approximately 60 feet deep, so at the rear of the house, we maintain the minimum 60 foot.
Got it.
So if you go 60 feet back, we're at 60 feet.
Okay.
So, again, we could work with the setbacks on lots 54, 55, 56, and 57, make these a little larger, make these lots pull them in a little bit, and get some additional space for lots 52 and 58, and make them 65 feet each. We could do that.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Luke.
no,
Anything
that's,
else? Okay.
that's another answer to the same question, so.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Just, there was a couple things from the community that was brought up, and that was following the rules or changing the rules middle of the game. Ohio Revised Code 519.12, I think essentially gives you guys the ability, any landowner, to amend or bring forward plans like you're bringing forward today. So that is kind of the rule book that as landowners, and everybody has that right. Has the township covered any of your expenses, have we given any tax abatements?
No.
No tax abatements. Have we ever given any tax abatements? No, okay. Just to clear up things in the community, because a lot of residents, rightfully so, place a lot of frustration and anger with taxes and their costs, and associate it to poor judgment, decision-making that maybe goes on, that they perceive anyway, in other communities. And so we have to try to be clear about what it is that we're actually doing. So no, we've not covered any of your costs, not giving you any tax incentives, we're not giving you any tax abatements, and you're following state code, and we are following state code by hearing from you. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
So the traffic count was done, was any of it done during the school year? Because I'll tell you, West Claremont's not too far from your location. This is why right now, it's not awful on Clough. It's not great, but it's not awful. But when school opens up, gosh, is it next week or this week? Next week? Next week. We hate Clough Pike. We hate it. No one wants to drive on it. So when was the traffic study done, and what was the school taking into account?
The school was taking into account, but I cannot tell you when the traffic, I was not the traffic engineer for the project, so I cannot tell you when it was done. If I had to say, I'd say it was not done during school, while school was in session.
Okay. And West Claremont doesn't have busing at the high school? Right? No. So more cars than 100, if they use like a average.
Okay, perfect. I think that's all the questions that we have. Anything else? Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thanks, guys. Okay, all right, last call. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this before we discuss and vote? Okay, come on up, sir, please, go ahead. Raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Great. And then just clearly state your name and address for the record.
Chris Miller, 1072 Ridge Point. One thing I wanted to bring up just real quickly is, we're talking about how the traffic is bad on Clough. I exit out of Buxton, out of our neighborhood all the time. And it's just as bad during school, when people, it's lined up all the way past Shaler. People going in and out of the neighborhood. You can't make a left turn out of there. Same thing with rush hour in the morning. So as far as the traffic being, heavier on Clough or heavier on Buxton, I think it's equal, because I drive that road every single day during rush hour. And it's extremely busy and backed up. I mean, you can be backed up all the way to Klepper on rush hour, okay? So I just want to let you know that, having this plan there, I like this plan with the court. You're having at least 7 homes there that are exiting out our Buxton way, and the rest of the people will be exiting out of Clough. Now, it is tough both ways during the course of the day. Just want to make that point clear, because I know we're not talking about Buxton much, but it's just as bad on Buxton during the school day.
Fair enough, yeah.
Thank
Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? You want to talk? Or no? Oh, okay. No sweat, okay. It's okay. Is there anyone else before I close public hearing? Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, you got to come to the podium, please, come on.
How can we do a traffic study and nobody knows what it said?
Well, we know what it says, we just don't know what time of the year they took it.
I mean, what, did it?
July? This month? Okay, July, okay.
And, I mean, really, we're asking questions about the traffic study, and they're like, well, we don't know. I just think we should have more information on that.
No, yeah, I get it, yeah, I understand. So, go
Mr.
ahead.
Jill,
Yeah,
so,
there's not a lot of
please.
information there.
so with the traffic study, no one in this room is a traffic engineer.
Right.
The county engineer is the traffic engineer. The county engineer has looked at the traffic study. So they have a certified traffic engineer that provides the county with the study. This is how it typically goes. The county looks at it, they look at the assumptions, they look at the volumes. Sometimes when they do a traffic study, they will take actual numbers, and then they will take background traffic volumes, and they have those counts. They pull from OKI, they pull from ODOT, they pull from local county counts. And then they make assumptions based on the behavior of the existing traffic, and then based on the proposed traffic, and then they forward that to the county engineer's office. County engineer's office looks at that and makes a determination as to whether additional improvements are needed or not needed. And usually there's a threshold depending on existing traffic, existing subdivision, whether it makes a connection or not, the traffic assumptions that are coming from the new development, and that's where they make a determination as to whether additional improvements are required specific to that project.
And so they said no additional.
The county said this configuration results in no additional improvements.
How come there was never a counter on the road?
Hold on, Dave, Mr. Muse, you got to come up here and talk if you want to talk. It's okay.
How come there was never a counter on the road?
Well, so a couple of reasons. So the county already has counts related to Buxton and Shaler, because they've had to study all this area for the Buxton Shaler roundabout projects, which are supposed to hopefully let in 27. And I think there's been public comment period. They've had that open for public comment. I know the county asked us about some fire and EMS concerns about that project, about access and whatever. So they're working through that federally prescribed process. So the county has counts. They have existing traffic counts. They take traffic counts throughout the year. When I worked for the city of Loveland, they had traffic counts.
But not on that stretch.
No, they have traffic counts on all parts of the road. They have a very sophisticated data set. The county looks at traffic all the time. They count it. OKI counts it, ODOT counts it, the county engineer counts it. And the other thing is, the counters, are you thinking about the little strips?
Yeah.
They don't use those anymore. They use camera counters. They're like
I
laser beam
haven't seen
counters.
any cameras out
You
there.
wouldn't see them. They're very small.
Very small.
They don't use, Those are old school. I'm with you. When I see those are old traffic counters.
Well, I tell you what.
The strips.
My grandparents have owned that house that I live in since I was 14 years old. I've sat on that porch, well, pardon me, since I was 12. I'm 64 years old. I can do any traffic study better than any of yous. Any of yous. And that is the most dangerous stretch of road I've ever seen. And I've never seen a camera. I have never seen a leprechaun out there counting. Okay? And looking up at this, you only got one way in off Clough and no way out. You let a gas leak or something, and that subdivision needs to get out of there quickly, best of luck. There's no way to evacuate. And he says, oh, I've got to cut 12 feet, shave it down. I thought he was an engineer. I'm not being sarcastic.
It's okay.
He's got 12 feet to cut down, to go on Shaler. I mean, I'm getting a little upset here. I got 11 grandbabies. We got people on that street. That's dangerous. Chief, I hope you get two officers out there like you did at Glen Estee High School, because we need them.
Okay. Is there any other okay, now close. I can't. That's all right.
If it was 35 miles an hour, then, because it's 40 now, and people, with it being 350 feet from the traffic light, they're blasting through there, they're trying to make the traffic light in both directions. So
Yeah.
they're going 50, 55. It's like pulling out on a 32.
Understand.
So you're exactly right. Just if the speed limit was lowered a little bit, that would help out a little bit.
Fair enough.
It wouldn't be as dangerous anyway.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else? Okay, fair enough, all right. The, hold on, I lost my agenda, all right, there we go. Okay, gentlemen, entertain a motion to close the public hearing for zoning case 3-26-Z and Zulu.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing session is closed at 9:31 PM.
All right. Gentlemen, it is now time for trustee discussion. Vice Chairman, sir?
Mr. Chairman,
I already know.
he knows what I'm going to say. I guess I'm a broken record. I've been saying it for 5 years. I have never voted for a housing development. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One of which, a lot of what we heard tonight, a lot of the grievances, it's all part of it. Part of it also is I value our zoning that is ER, that's estate residential. Was that minimum 2 acres, I think? Estate residential and R1. And I don't want to see that diminished. So unless there's a compelling reason, I've never said no never to a zoning change. I've never said no never to a housing development. But in my mind, there's got to be a compelling reason for me, I guess, to go against those values that I hold, the values many of you all hold, and the platform I ran on when I ran for this job 5 years ago. What's that?
Nothing, go ahead.
So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I intend to vote no on this.
Mr. Logue, sir?
Heard a lot of eloquent speakers tonight. I've got 4 pages of notes. Try to balance the state code of what landowners are able to do with their land and bring that forward. I know we've been asked to basically deny based off of the pricing. It's nothing we can set. We can't determine the pricing. We can't pick and choose winners and losers. I believe in American values and free market. And what I see what's presented before us is a landowner choosing to do with their land and trying to work with the community where they can, where community members live on their land. And we've seen great, I think, interaction commentary by like Mr. Schaefer, very, very impacted by this right there on Clough Pike. And the developer wanting to work with Mr. Schaefer for that screenage and the fencing. As Mr. Wright eloquently spoke, we're not the traffic engineers. We don't have the engineering authority. That is not something that is in our jurisdiction and power to be able to do. Other residents here may agree or disagree with perspectives, shared tonight, and absolutely right. There is a statutory pathway to follow the referendum, any type of vote, and hear from the community, and I'm all for that. It's exactly why I was elected and am in the position to try to balance the fine art of governing, which is not just black and white, and you don't get to just be black and white when you're trying to govern. It is complex at times. I wish it could just be very simple. Same rate, I wouldn't want to just give the landowner a very easy way to come sue the township and burn costs. That is also, right? Also taking care of being conservative values for you, the residents, and where time and resources go. So with that, it's pretty clear that there's a plan that is ready to move forward tonight that has been presented. So I think that's the last of my comment to it. Mr. Dills?
All right, so, Mr. Mayor, one question is, so Ridge Point Drive, that neighborhood right there, and then all the houses to the south of that picture. I mean, based off what you said, you would vote that down as well. So half these folks in this room wouldn't have a home if you were their trustee, because those lot sizes are the same size, and actually they're a little bit smaller than the cul-de-sac. Now, the rest of the homes, they're a little bit equal, maybe a little bit more, but the cul-de-sac ones are actually a little bit more than the rest on Ridge Point as far as land area. So you would have voted all those down to the right and to the south based off your logic.
Yeah, they would have built it on R1 instead.
True, yeah. Which would they have been able to afford it at the time based off that? Because it's obviously more land, more cost. So
More parking on the street.
that's true. Yeah, that's true. So I'll say I've said this almost every time we have a housing development come in, whether it be multifamily or in this case single-family residential. One thing that when it comes to housing, Mr. Becker and I, and of course Mr. Logue, we all agree that we do not like multifamily. We don't, unless it's a mixed use. And there's only one apartment that I've voted yes on. It was because it was mixed use, meaning first floor retail and second floor apartment buildings. That's the only way I would ever be considerate right now at this point. And so, when we got elected, residents said we need more middle-class, single-family residential homes. That's been clear. And it sounds like there isn't really that many people against this development. It's just the fact that it exits out on Clough Pike, which I happen to agree with everyone because I drive Clough Pike twice every day myself. Yeah, and it's unfortunate because pre-COVID, 200 to 250,000 was your average middle-class nice house, and that 250,000 has now become, gosh, 450, 500,000. So But this isn't gonna attract riffraff. I mean, you're not gonna buy a $500,000 house and cause problems in the township. You're just not. This isn't affordable housing, meaning Section 8. It's a good development. I do hate the fact that it's on Clough. I hate that. I hate it, capital H, hate it. I don't like it at all. But it is a good development. Gentlemen, I both want you to hear this. As far as this, I'm gonna put in here my contingencies that Lot 52 and Lot 58 need to be 65 feet wide. I'm also gonna include that they need to pay for Mr. Schaefer's fence completely. So, just so you know. Doesn't really affect you, Mr. Becker, but just so you know.
Well, the motion would include that.
Yeah. Say it again.
When you wrap up, I have one comment, question.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Mr. Wright, is there a pathway for the developer to pursue a special assessment on these homes? I don't know if it would generate enough for traffic improvements on Clough Pike, but
So the answer is maybe. You know, it all has to do with the amount of the construction cost. And I know there have been other neighborhoods where a special assessment district has been formed. And again, for the benefit of the audience, a special assessment district means the people in the development are paying extra, they're paying more into a special assessment district over a period of time to either backstop bonds or reimburse expenditures or to provide funding for future improvements. And so there is that mechanism.
Do we do that before and after?
it's an after the fact.
It's
We can
after
ask
the
it. We can
fact,
ask
and
it.
it's,
All right.
it would
We can ask
not
it as
be
a
really germane to
Okay,
the
all right.
zoning issue.
No
But
worries.
there are avenues if the developer wanted to do that.
Okay.
It's a good
Road
point.
improvements are very expensive. I will
Yes.
just tell you, I don't remember the number for the Bach Buxton roundabouts, but they're creeping up on $12 million.
All right.
So that gives you an idea.
So, what I will say before we wrap up is, I don't want one single complaint from the two neighbors living next to lot number 58, lot number 52, at all. I appreciate you putting the cul-de-sac in. I think that appeased the folks at Ridge Point. Yeah, okay. We good? Okay. All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of Union Township zoning case 3-26-Z as in Zulu, with modifications as recommended, including Lot 52 and Lot 58, 65 feet wide, and a fence fully paid for Mr. Schaefer.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to our second zoning case of the night. It'll be Union Township zoning case 4-26-Zulu, and Mr. Flowdy, you're up. Go ahead. We'll wait till the folks exit. I think that's good. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Flowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. This is for a zoning map amendment for 4-26-Z. It's called Bishop's Grove subdivision. The applicant has submitted an application requesting that two parcels totaling 4.77 acres be rezoned from R2 Single Family Detached Residential District to the R4 Family Variable Residential District in order to allow for the proposed concept plan subdivision development consisting of 18 lots for single-family dwelling units, landscaping elements, greening, entry monument signage, and open spaces. Some land use and zoning characteristics. The current land uses in the vicinity are mostly consistent of residential uses with the exception of some institutional uses such as the church across the street and Crocker Auto Parts to the west. All adjacent parcels consisting of the R2 family detached residential in the area. The adjacent Willowbrook and Shepherdwood subdivisions consist of lots with an average width of 70 feet and a depth of 130 feet. With the Horizon 2030 land use plan indicates the proposed development is not located in a designated corridor. However, the R4 district allows for creative design yielding the greatest green space and retaining vegetation compared to the traditional zoning. The single-family dwelling densities are up to 4 units per acre, And the proposal readily achieves that through a density of 3.77 units an acre. Moving with some background information, the subject properties have been located in the R2 districts since the institution of zoning in 1959. The principal structure was built in 1937 according to the auditor's site and has several nonconformities. In addition, these properties have been in violation of the zoning resolution multiple times in the recent past and has been resolved by the zoning inspector. Some staff review and analysis of the application shows that the proposal yields the zoning map and conceptual plans are consistent with the R4 district regulations and adopted single-family use recommendations. There are 18 single-family housing lots located within this subdivision with a width of an average lot of 50 feet at the building lot setback line and 100 feet in depths. Some of the open space, there are 4 additional lots to be dedicated totaling approximately 1.39 acres or 29.2% of the total site to be maintained by the HOA. Landscaping, buffering, screening, and pedestrian access is included with a 36-inch high mound consisting of white and pine trees and has been proposed along the adjacent properties to the north and south. The areas that have been indicated here as with vegetation should be labeled as preserved. The installation of a sidewalk should be along both sides of Bishop's Way and along the Shepherd Road as consistent with the 2030 plan goals. Some lot configuration and orientation, a minimum setback should be set for the proposed lot to ensure enforcement with the zoning is consistent throughout. And a signage package should be submitted so the proposed monument signage can be in accordance with Article 9 of the zoning resolutions. The zoning commission recommended approval for the site with 7 modifications. This was unanimous in case number 4-26-Z. And the action required tonight is in accordance with section 650 through 659 of the zoning resolution, that the Board of Trustees is to enter a motion to approve as recommended by the zoning commission, approve with additional modifications, or deny the zoning map amendment in accompanying concept plan as presented in Union Township zoning case 4-26-Z. And that concludes my report.
John, Mr. Flouting. By the way, for all you folks that have been waiting for this zoning case, just apologies for the delay as far as how long it took. But no matter what, I like to get every single person a chance to voice their thoughts, so for what it's worth. Okay, Vice Chairman, any questions for Mr. Flouty?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Logue?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Flouty, you mentioned HOA. Is that a new HOA or is it going to be a part of the existing neighborhood there?
It would be a separate HOA for this subdivision alone. It would be created in the deeds and covenants for these 2 properties in whole.
Perfect. And then the houses to the left and the houses underneath, ballpark, what are those average on those lots?
The existing homes,
Correct.
those are in the R2, so they would be around the quarter of an acre lot. Yes, correct.
All right. Got it. Okay, perfect. That's all I got. Okay. Gentlemen, entertain a motion to open up public hearings zoning case 4-26-Z as in Zulu.
So moved. Second.
All right, any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue? Yes. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing is open at 9:47 PM.
All right, and first thing is we usually have the proponent up, so to be the developer, if you'd like to come on up. And then I will swear you in. All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Name and address for the record, sir.
Tyler Gibbs, Maddox Development, address is 4026 Buxton Road, Batavia, Ohio 45103.
Mr. Campbell, did you get all that?
I got it.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I do have a card if you want it.
I'll take that too.
I'll give it to you after.
Okay.
So Maddox, a little bit of history on Maddox Development. Maddox Development is local to Union Township. We're located on Buxton Road. Own several commercial properties. in this township, including the building that we work out of and the shops at Kennedy's Landing. Maddox Development is also responsible for building several truly affordable houses in this township since 2018. Some of those houses are on their second owner, and they sold for $335. We sold them for $315. Maddox Development is not the builder in this case. We are developing it for other builders. So what Maddox Development looks for is we look for infill lots. You know, for example, we did on Traction Lane over by Speedway. On Traction Lane, there's an infill lot there. We split it into two and put two houses on it. We also look for troubled properties, I guess you could say, houses that may have burnt down that we can tear down, rebuild, and redevelop. So that's kind of our specialty. And so this particular lot came up. I let it be for sale. It was for sale for 2 weeks before I looked at it. It was still available, so we looked at it, and this particular lot fits all of our requirements that we look for in a development. The house is abandoned. There's nobody living in it. As Craig said, there's been several zoning issues with this lot in the past few years that have been resolved. But you know, this is what we look for. We look for these kind of lots and clean it up a little bit. And so we came up with a pretty decent site plan. You know, if you ask me, I might be biased. 18 lots. It is currently zoned R2, so the density is a 1/4 acre per lot, which in this case would be 20 houses or so. And so we hit 18, and we also were able to design this to have green space all the way around the entire perimeter there. The backside and the, I believe that's the west with a mound. We have a green space in the middle with a gazebo, obviously a monument sign. We have 2 retention ponds and 1 detention pond to help with drainage in the area. It's a relatively flat lot. And so Carl Hartman, he could not be here tonight. He fell ill earlier today. And but he has drawn up a very good site plan for this lot. So that's all I have for right now. I want to answer some questions.
Mr. Vice Chair?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Mr. Maddox. Or Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs,
Maddox is my middle name.
regardless how the vote turns out, you know, appreciate you investing in the township, because you own Kennedy's Landing and also your other business is located here as well, right?
Yeah, we are located on Bach Buxton, and we also own the building that we're in on Bach Buxton, the old KEP electric building.
Fair enough, yeah. Appreciate your investment here in the township, yeah, thank you very much. But no questions from me at the time, appreciate it, yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, is there anyone else that's a proponent of this case? Are you for this case? Yes. Oh, please, yeah, please, come on up, yes. All right, you got it.
Thank you. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, let me go swear you in. All right, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, floor is yours, sir.
My name is David Lamb. My address is 1192 Emery Ridge Drive. That is a Batavia address. I am speaking tonight from the perspective of the family trying to sell the property. So I am the son of one of 6 siblings who inherited the property when my grandmother died in 1995. We have been through about 10 years of probate complications. We just reached the point this winter where we could list the property. The family is not in a position to maintain the property. We are aware that the house on that property is an eyesore, that some of the other debris on the property is not only an eyesore, but it's a safety hazard if anybody trespasses. We know that for the good of the community, this property needs to move on. The family's not capable. So from a seller's perspective, we're looking for support in moving this property and letting everybody in that community move on. 2 weeks ago was the zoning committee hearing. We heard a number of different concerns from the neighbors of the area. One of them was traffic. I think this The trustees have established the traffic concerns are more in the county's area, so I would say, any concerns with traffic kind of be deferred. I'd hope they would go. The other concern was related to the use of the property. One of the things I learned in the zoning, and it's funny, we've had a lot of conversation about R1, R2, R4. These are things that are foreign to any of us, that don't deal with properties. One of the things I learned in the zoning committee meeting was that the plan that the developer has come up with actually meets the density requirements for, I think it's the R2 rating, the current rating. So even though they're applying for R4, the density rating, when you factor in the green space, actually still meets the current zoning for that property. And I can defer to the zoning committee for clarification on that. I'm by no means an expert on that. So from the seller's perspective is, we have a need to move the property. We're looking for improvements for everybody on Shepherd Road. And that as long as the density requirements, the zoning requirements are met, we're hoping there's no obstruction to selling this property. One last point I want to make, just noting it, I assume that a petition that was turned into the zoning committee with about 125 signatures was pulled together by one of the competing bidders. We also learned in the zoning committee meeting that the information that was given to a lot of the signees at the time, not intentionally, but because of a misunderstanding of zoning, a lot of the people that signed that petition may not have gotten accurate information on the zoning rules. But my concern is that the person driving that petition could be using that to keep the sale open and prevent the sale to the current developer. With that, I'll close.
Fair enough. And then, did you have any questions for Mr. Lamb? No. Mr. Lamb, any questions for Mr. Lamb?
Not currently.
No. Appreciate you speaking. By the way, sorry for your grandmother and her passing, by the way, Mr. Lamb. Okay, is there anyone else that is for this case, that is a proponent? All right, seeing none, I can kind of tell where the room's at. So,
Wedding.
All right, if anyone that is an opponent of this case, that is against this case, please come on up, sir, yeah. And, this is Teal Town, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and both the truth, so be God?
I do.
Great, and then go ahead and state your name and
Thank
address
you.
for that, correct?
Excuse me, Justin Birch, 997 Shepherd Woods Court. First things first, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Dills, for allowing everybody to come up and speak. I know it's late, pushing 10 o'clock. I have been getting texts, Mr. Wright, saying they were hearing you ask Mr. Dills to wrap this up, which you responded, it's their right. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to voice the collective concerns of many residents regarding the proposed zoning, rezoning from R2 to R4 on Shepherd Road. While we understand the need for the growth, development must be harmonious with the established character of our community. One concern is the unprecedented increase in density. Currently, the small private areas along Shepherd Road average just 4 homes each. So when you off Teal Town, all the way down, it's about 4 homes on each one of the offshoots of that, if that makes sense.
It does.
This proposal calls for new 18-home development. This isn't just a minor increase. Myself and those back on Willowville and many residents down Shepherd Woods Court, it will feel like a mini Brooklyn dropped right in our backyard, which is completely out of step with the existing neighborhoods down Shepherd Road. Another major concern is the loss of privacy. Right now, the mature trees, natural brush, provide a buffer between our homes, this property, and the Willowbrook community behind us. This development would remove most trees and add 3-foot-tall berm around the perimeter. This berm simply will not replace decades of mature trees that currently provide any sort of privacy for residents all around. Approximately 21 existing homes, including 12 on Locust Grove Court, 7 on Shepherd Woods Court, and 2 on Shepherd Road, will see our privacy significantly decreased, with this potential to rezone to R4, allowing more flexibility of homes on their respective lot. These new homes won't have to adhere to the setbacks of the 30 feet and 10 feet respectively, per the zoning documents that are online. Potentially putting new homes even closer to our existing properties, diminishing the privacy that is already in danger. We're also worried about traffic and safety. The road leading to this development is narrow, has no sidewalks, and there is only one entrance and exit. One note that I do have, I've already had to spend over $200 because my wife was forced off the edge of the road years ago, hitting a trash can that was out there because it was so narrow.
Is that on Shepherd?
That's on Shepherd Road, yes. And a side note with that, many times we're constantly pulling over to allow cars to pass. So family, children, walkers, cyclists, we all use this road. Increased traffic creates additional safety concerns. We also need to consider the impact of the considered continued residential development on the West Claremont School District. It seems there has been a recent shift in Union Township toward fitting as many residential communities as possible into smaller pieces of property. But if we stop to consider the cumulative impact of that growth on our schools, 18 additional homes may seem like a small number when considered on their own, but when combined with other new developments, these homes mean additional students to the West Claremont School District. This affects class sizes, classroom space, staffing, transportation, and other school resources. We urge the trustees to deny the rezoning request. We're not against the development, bar none, period, full stop. We're not against it. What we're against is shoving 18 homes into a 3.7 acre lot on a already narrow road to bring, if there's 18, at least 2 cars for husband, wife, partner, spouse. Now you're up to 36. They start having children. You're climbing way up very quickly. Again, on a very narrow road already. And I would like to just say during snowstorms, plows don't really come down Shepherd Road very often. There's some low spots. There's a lot of ice. It gets pretty dangerous at times. And I'm not just trying to exaggerate that either. We do agree that the current property is an eyesore. Full stop. We agree with that. But again, it feels like the goal is just to cram as many homes as possible. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said 3.7 earlier. As many homes as possible into a 4.7 acre property to maximize the profits of the developer that doesn't live in the community. Currently, there is a privacy fence, a 6-foot wooden privacy fence that is.
Craig, can you pull up a better picture of that?
Yeah,
There you go.
on the
Yeah,
aerial, thank you.
perfect.
Once you turn into, if you're staring at Bishop's house, which is the top right corner, little white building, to the right of that, there is a 6-foot wooden privacy fence that is constantly falling down currently. So one thing that we are worried about is what's going to happen with that fence. All the way down that privacy fence, it then turns into barbed wire fence that comes down my property, neighbor's property, another piece of property, and then around to the private drive. Who's going to take care of that? Is there going to be another fence? What's that going to look like?
And all this, Mr. Bertrell, this fence you're talking about, is that on the existing property right now?
That is on the existing property, that's correct.
All right.
In the last couple things that I do want to say, we have spoken with people that know the developer. They're even against it. And we also know people personally that have put bids in on the property that were denied, whatever, it doesn't matter. I just want to say, or have that on the record, that other people are bidding on this, that they were just going to have it as a single-family lot. They were going to use it for green space. They were going to build a home on it, not turn this into, again, a mini Brooklyn. And then the only question that I have is, what are the setbacks on the home if this hypothetically did get rezoned to an R4?
Mr. Foddy, you want to answer that one?
Yeah. So looking at the plan, let me pull out my report here. The setbacks for the homes would be, the minimum front yard setbacks of all proposed lots should be 25 foot. The minimum rear yard setbacks of the proposed lots should be 15 feet. This combined with a landscape buffer, so the landscape buffer to the rear of this, so you can see that along through there, makes a combination for roughly 30 feet in combined setbacks. Yeah.
So from the property line to the house would be 30 feet?
So if you're looking at it here, this would roughly be, we would keep it contingent with 15, so you have 15 roughly, then another 15 to get 30 in there. And then the front would be combined to have a standard of 25 feet.
What about, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So you can kind of see within this plan how all the setbacks vary, those dashed lines. We would just keep a standard setback through there of 25 feet from the front, 15 from the rear with the additional 15 feet in the back to make a total of 30. And, sorry, what was your question?
What about the lots that are smaller on the right-hand, or excuse me, on the left-hand side around the cul-de-sac, and then also on the far right-hand side, heading back towards that residential farm?
I can't see that number. They've got, so this one here, let me pull out the mouse. We've got 30 feet here. We've got 25 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet, 25 feet, 20 feet, so roughly. And then you have the buffering of the mound throughout here.
What about on the side where the berm is, on the far right side? See a little strip, and then,
Yeah, so this one's 10, 15, and then the mound in between there.
and how wide is that mound then?
The mound would be, so we know it's 36 inches high, and then it would roughly be, let's see here, I would say what, 4 feet in width to offset. You know, you can't have it too steep, otherwise
Yeah.
it'd just erode through there, so, yeah.
So about either 14 to 19 feet from the berm, or from the property line where the berm would end for that development to the back of the house of one of the developed homes. Am I understanding that correctly? It'd be between 14 and 15 feet on that side.
Yes, it looks like it's 10 feet, and then the width, which is, yeah, I would say roughly around 10, so we'd be at 20 feet, 20 feet around there, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I had.
One second, Mr. Bush. Mr. Becker, any questions?
I do. And Mr. Plowdy might want to chime in on this as well. So I'm very familiar with Shepherd Road. I've even picked up garbage along it, the whole stretch, all the way down. Now, as the chairman pointed out, the area is zoned R2, but is it my imagination, or even though it's zoned R2, most of the lots are much larger than the minimum for R2? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Mr. Foddy.
Yes, these lots are smaller than a typical R2. What's made up with this
I'm talking
is-
about the current Shepherd Road.
Oh, yeah, Shepherd Road If you look at the zoning map, the properties around are R2.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question.
Are you saying the lots around it are smaller and bigger? Is that your question?
I'm saying although they're zoned, so, you know, prior to this, I was spending some time looking real hard at the schematics of, you know, the property sizes. It appeared to me, although it's R2, a lot of these properties are much larger than the minimum for an R2.
Mr. Becker, if I could, I've
Go
been
ahead.
here a while. I've looked at probably 300 subdivision plats in my career minimum. So those lots, that Shepherd Road, if you look at the yellow there, and then you kind of see the curve where the lots sort of, they sort of line up, they don't line up there. You can kind of see Shepherd there, and you see the frontage there. Those lots to the south there, those are approximately, with the exception of that one weird shaped lot, you guys see it? There's
Yeah.
two larger lots, and then kind of a, I don't even know.
So
one,
Craig,
two, three.
put your mouse on the
Those-
curve there.
Yeah,
The curve.
that, so those
Right
are
there, yeah.
probably, those two lots there next to it are probably somewhere between a third of an acre and a half an acre. And then that weird little, you see that one that looks sort of squarish with the corner cut off of it? That might be a little over between a quarter and a third. And then those lots along the frontage to the south, those are quarter acre lots. Those are R1 lots. The lots in Blackberry and all that, those are R2 lots, I'm sorry. We've talked to R1, R2, R4, I'm
So all the
out.
ones there on the curve are R2, which are quarter acre lots.
Yeah, those small lots on the bottom of the picture there, on the bottom right, those are quarter acre lots. You can see it very clearly.
I feel like maybe I'm wrong, I felt like the question was about how many
What are the-
houses
what-
per acre.
Yeah, and it's R2 is 4 units an acre, and
4
he
units
asked
an acre.
what size are the lots on Shepherd, and I think the answer is it's all over the map. You have large lots, you have small lots.
Yeah.
In this particular area, you have some quarter acre lots, and then literally across the street, you got 2 and 3 acre parcels.
And I think that's the answer I was looking for. It's all over the map.
Yeah.
All right.
Above
Thank you.
minimum,
Yeah. Mr.
because they're
Logan.
building above the minimum.
Yeah.
Mr. Logan, any questions for Mr. Birch?
No.
I'll say this to you, and I should have probably said this to the previous one, but it didn't come up. You brought up West Claremont Schools. Y'all can bring up West Claremont Schools. We, however, are not allowed to. Now, in our brain, we can think whatever we want, but we cannot speak about making a decision based off anything and take the schools into account. That's out of our purview. We're not allowed to. So we might think it, but regardless, we cannot talk about, overcrowding the schools, so therefore I'm going to vote no. I just broke the rules, and I can't do that, just so you know. So
Thank you
you
for
all
clarifying.
can, but we cannot, so for what it's worth. So,
thank
but, Mr. Birch, no, good job, appreciate you very much, yeah, thank you. And then, hey, Mr. Taylor, will you take note that Shepherd, he's saying it's too narrow? If we could somehow put that in the budget in the future, I don't know when, but in the future, also snow plows as well? Have you heard that, just saying, hey, the street doesn't get as plowed as much as it should? I don't know, I don't live on Shepherd, but still, just check it out. All good, thank you, Mr. Birch, appreciate you. Okay, is there anyone else that is an opponent of this case, that's against this case, I'd like to talk? Yes, miss, I saw you up first, and then, sir, I saw you getting ready to get up, I'll call you on next. But no, miss, come on up, you were first, yeah. Oh. All right. Oh, very nice to you, Mr. Campbell, appreciate that. All right, let me swear you in. All right. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, the floor is yours, miss, name and address for the record.
My name is Tanya Butts Hamilton. I live at 4733 Shepherd Road. And a lot of my questions were already answered, just listening to what other people said and what your response was to it. But first, let me say, I'm not opposed to development there. I'm just opposed to the R4 development there. One of the problems I found when I went to the zoning meeting is they tried to tell us that their rationale behind it being acceptable to go to R4 was that the population density would be the same as if it was developed as R2. They tried to say that 20 houses would go in on R2, or could. And I said, you know, I actually wrote a letter to each of the trustees. I don't know if you got them, but I said, just suppose I'm a developer. I would also have to allow an access road and a drainage. I said, so I try to say that at most, they're probably going to get 12 houses in. maybe depending upon the configuration of that lot, maybe even as low as 10. So the argument that they gave us that 18 was better than 20 actually is more in our favor, that 18 isn't as good as 10, you know? So, and my lot is 2 acres. The lady who lives behind me, hers is 12.43 acres, and that butts up against the Cincinnati Nature Center. One of my greatest concerns was the decisions that you make on this lot, how is that going to affect all the other green spaces and developments back Shepherd in the future? Now, I know that doesn't set a precedence, because you have to take each lot into consideration on its own merits or its own topography, you know. But if you allow this R4 to go into place, it's got to make somebody's argument easier in the future for saying, well, you've done it before, you did it up here, look at the number, just like you were asking, how big are the existing lots? Well, somebody's going to say, how big are the existing lots? I'm one of the people that actually brought this to the attention of the Cincinnati Nature Center, and they seem to be quite interested in it. And I used to know Bob True, and he had told me a story about 1 acre of land that his client had that was undevelopable. He said, and they wanted him to approach the Nature Center and see if they were interested in purchasing it. And he said, oh, I didn't think they would be interested, but they were. He says, anything that prevents future development helps to prevent future groundwater contamination and maintain their ecosystem. Now, where we're at there, we're right on the Nature Center. So the things that you do here, might they influence things in the future? And, you know, my dad played at the Nature Center when he was a kid. We're talking 70-some years ago. So 50 years from now is not inconceivable. And you would hate to say 50 years from now, boy, I wish we wouldn't have allowed this much development to go in around the Nature Center, you know. But it's not too late to make that decision now. Now, some of those lots are actually almost 1/10 of an acre. You know, you also have the Shepherd Wood, I believe is the name of the subdivision, that is just beyond it. And those are some pretty nice houses that went in back there. That letter, I also made sure we distributed it to all those people because I thought they wouldn't be too appreciative to know that a lower income housing may be going in, you know, up the street. Now, when they told us, I had heard that it was going to be like $260,000 was going to be the approximate value of those houses that were going in. And luckily, I got to speak with Tyler Gibbs at the break we had, which is a real nice guy. And I'm not opposed to development, and I'm not opposed to him being successful. From what I understand, his purchase of that property, and I can't swear to this because I haven't seen the contract, is contingent upon the changing of the zoning. There's also other offers on this property to the owner or seller of that property, which would then clean up that house that's there. So that isn't, yeah, it shouldn't sway one way or another. So if you were not to change the zoning, he isn't out anything. He's just got to look for another property that's going to meet the criteria and the zoning of whatever he wishes to make the profit margin that they'd like to on. Now, then I heard earlier they were saying for $300,000 to $500,000 homes. Who's going to buy a $500,000 home on a 10th acre lot on Shepherd Road? I think that was, somebody, that doesn't sound accurate to me. And so, you know, I also question the infrastructure on that road. You know, not just how wide it is, because it is narrow, is we have had so much repair of the water, sewer lines, constantly redigging up there because it's all old. You know, and so you're adding more development into it, and because we've already called them like 5 times to come out with a sewage leakage that they've redug up right in front of my house. You know, I'm all the way back around the corner. If you go there, I'm the pretty blue house on the left-hand side, and that was my grandfather's house. I've lived there, caught the bus there my entire life, and one older gentleman here had said something about they zoned it for a reason. Who decides that now we don't want to maintain the zoning? And I understand developing, but it's zoned, you know, I don't see the benefit of going to R4. other than it benefiting the developer that he's gonna make the profit margin that he's looking for. It's certainly not and it helping me, my family, I just put an $80,000 room addition on my house back there. And it's, my kids are gonna inherit this, my grandkids, and yeah, this affects the future. So, I know that, and I can't say that, but that the particular company in question that was buying this also worked with the Chamber of Commerce on a lot of different projects. He even helped on developing their offices. There's on his website, the Chamber of Commerce is saying, thank you for helping us, with the developing of, so it just makes you wonder, does he know somebody so he's got a better chance to get this, to persuade you that way? I certainly hope not, and then also, there was one other thing I was gonna, the property values, if they go in, it's gonna affect all of us over the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And just one other little comment that I wanted to make about how we all got notified about this. And if it wouldn't have been just somebody coming around and trying to sign a petition, because there was 125 names on it, and I wouldn't have known about it. And they did stay within their guidelines that they had to notify the people that were adjacent and across the street and whatever. But I also found out that Kevin Seiler got a letter, and he lives down even further down the road than I did. So how is it that he got a letter of notification, but I didn't? Are you picking and choosing who you're giving them to? I mean, that kind of lends itself to think that there's impropriety to that. I mean, was it overlooked? Was it, neglect? Was it got lost in the mail? Or is somebody doing something that they didn't want everybody to jump on board with this? Because I think, or what I'm saying is, in the future, I think that if it's going to affect everyone on that street should have received notification, and they did not. So, so that means, I think that, not just this one, any other one, is there a way to change that so that if it, everybody that lives on that residential street, if there's zoning on it being changed, I think everybody on that residential street should receive.
We hear you on that. and
That's my recommendation for future.
That was one thing this board
Wait,
was
that
able
thing
to
you're
take initial action on, was exactly that concept, because it did used to just be the adjacent property, and we pushed for it to be widely expanded.
Yes.
So that people do receive letters and that signage goes out. There should be the posting
Well, I
and
saw the
signage
list
that
of
are out.
letters.
And so that's tough when you start to say, how far do you go? Is it 2 miles radius? Is it, quarter mile? We had that discussion
It's
literally
one of
here.
the
So we hear
longest
you.
dead-end roads
We hear you.
in Claremont County, or Union
Yeah.
Township. One of our friends is a postman, he was telling me that.
Yeah,
'cause
we end up doing that. We end up saying, here it is for, Shepherd, and then we turn around at Clough Pike and
Right,
and
but
everyone at Clough
yeah,
Pike
I
says,
guess
I
you're right.
didn't
guess
get a
you're right.
letter.
That's awfully
Like, well,
long,
Clough
yeah.
Pike's this long.
I hadn't considered that, but
So
yeah.
I appreciate and hear that.
It just
Yes.
upset me.
No,
kind of,
thank you
when
so
I,
much.
And again, the lady behind me is getting ready to sell her property.
Yeah.
It's 12.4 acres within the
Yeah.
next 6 to 9 months. And whatever happens back here, could that influence how much could happen behind me coming up in not too distant future?
Yeah.
So I've already contacted the Nature Center. I think they're interested in purchasing that, though. So, and it was because of all of this that it brought it to my attention that I started to get concerned.
Yeah.
So beyond that, I don't think I have anything else.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, anything?
Yeah, so, Mr. Flouty, can you comment on the letters that went out, like how many residents or how far a radius from the property?
So we have a list in the.
If it's based on radius, somebody behind me got one, even further
In-
down
in
got
the
one than me.
included plans, we can see the radius of 200 feet around the property, and that's who the letters were sent to.
200 feet around the property?
Yes.
Why would
let's
Mr.
figure it out
Seiler
further.
got
That's what we decided on.
Down the street.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's,
down through the
Mr.
curve,
Becker,
the
that's,
curve
that
goes.
that was per our decision to expand it, because it previously was just the next door neighbor.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we wanted it to be like the person across the street, and we're like, we had that discussion, this exact discussion. We're like,
remember
it's
that,
gonna
yeah.
be difficult because
We
it can't be a
expanded
perfect
from the
science.
original
Yeah,
with Jason only. I remember.
someone's always gonna feel like they missed a letter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flouty.
Did you have anything for,
That's all I have, Chairman.
Shirley, did you have anything for?
No, I do appreciate that. Thank you.
We good?
Thank you, miss, appreciate you very much. Yeah, okay, is there anyone else that's in, I said I was gonna call you next, sir, so please, yeah, okay. No, I'm right here in the front, red shirt, yes, sir. Hey, okay, come on up. Perfect. Okay, and then, oh, you got your card, perfect. Yeah, Mr. Campbell's fine, perfect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, yes.
All right, let me go and swear you in. You wanna raise your right hand? And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. And then, name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Jeffrey Bond. I live at 4634 Shepherd Road, Batavia, obviously.
Go ahead, yeah.
Now, I raised zoning, at the zoning meeting, I raised several concerns of mine. And some of those have even changed more. The traffic, that's one. And we're not talking about 36 cars. If I had 4 sons and each one had a car, and my wife had a car, and I had a car, okay? That's 6 times 18, not 2. That's 1. I drive down Shepherd Road every day, and it is narrow. And yes, you do have to slow down. You do have to move over. You're going to add another 60 cars to this. That's one concern. Someone raised the point that the signatures that were gathered was a ploy by a possible purchaser. I disagree with that. Mr. Crocker's daughter and his son live adjacent to me. Why wouldn't he be concerned about this development? I would be, if they were my children and grandchildren. We have all kinds of pedestrian traffic. So now we have another concern. And it's 35 miles an hour on a dead-end street. They seldom drive 35. I guarantee you that. I back into my driveway to make sure I don't get hit. Now, we'll talk about my newest concern. I came up to the zoning, and they were gracious enough to print out something that I hadn't been made aware of at the zoning meeting. If I can approach you for just a moment.
Sure, yeah.
They printed this out for me, and it has all the addresses on it. And unfortunately, I only have one copy. But my address is 4634, and you will see that this is my property. Along my property line is a drainage ditch, creek. It starts here. This is Cindy's property, Mr. Crawford's daughter. That drainage creek drains everything. Here, all of this. All of the development over here, all of the development over there flows into this creek.
Go north?
I'm sorry?
That was a question, does it go north?
Where does it go from there?
It goes back into the junkyard.
That's
This way.
north.
Is that north? Okay. Yes, it flows north. Now, on Friday, at my own expense, because it was narrow, I had it expanded to slow the flow down. And again, I'm sorry, I only have these few pictures.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Friday last, we had an unusual amount of rain. I know you guys will all agree with that. So now, you don't see the creek because it is flooded. It has flooded my neighbor's yard. It flooded part of my yard, even though I expanded this just so we could slow the flow down.
When was this picture taken?
Friday last.
Friday.
Remember, we had like 3 inches of rain in an hour and a half, or
Yeah,
whatever.
I've got
it was.
this, I've got this
Yes.
storm
Now,
drain
that
that
is
shoots water
unusual,
up in the
and
air.
I will
I hear
not
ya.
argue that. We
It's
have
crazy.
no storm drains on Shepherd Road.
It's, everything in my neighborhood comes into
Oh,
mine, and
yeah.
it shoots
Okay.
up into the air.
Yeah, and when it
It's
comes up in
insane.
my basement a little bit sometimes too, because everything drains into this creek.
Oh, it's insane.
So now,
It's,
you're gonna add 18 more houses that are gonna drain into my creek, according to your zoning drawing.
your house is where?
My house is right here. 4634. So it runs right there. That's my newest concern, and that's because of this, the flooding that we had. And it was an unusual rain. But now you're gonna add 18 more houses, which is 18 more gutters, which is 18 more basement drains, et cetera.
There's no storm sewers on
No, there are not.
Shepherd?
No, sir.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
No, sir. They're all either front yard drain, and in fact, when I had my, let me go back.
County engineer, right?
When I had my driveway blacktop, the county engineer told me I had to slope it so it would drain from the street into the creek that runs on the property line of my property.
Water management.
My other concern is the actual community that we live in. The vast majority of the houses on Shepherd Road have half-acre lots. Not necessarily all, some are larger, very few are smaller. So now we're gonna put in housing on eighth-acre lots. So this is not gonna fit in this community. It won't look right. It removes a lot of the privacy of several of my neighbors. They talk about expanding green space by making it R4. That's a wonderful concept, except that that's already green space. And yes, I'd want it to be developed, but not 18 houses. 9 or 10 houses would fit really nice. They would be able to save a fair amount of the existing old forest that's there and still have a development. I'm not against the development at all. I'm against the scale of the development. And like I said, my newest concern is the drainage on my property. That's about all. Oh, one more thing. These poor gentlemen here, they put the development that they want. How are they going to get in there to put out a fire that has a house that's 5 feet next to it? You're going to put 3 firefighters and a ladder in between there and drag the hose in? I don't think so. I don't think that would work at all. And I don't believe the fire chief would force those poor guys in there unless he had no choice. With the rezoning that's being proposed, he would have no choice.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
Inspector Michelin? No,
Thank
nothing. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else that's an opponent to this case? Sir, come on up, yeah. Let me go ahead. Swear you in, perfect. Yeah, you got it. I got you, perfect. You're good. You got it. All right, sir, and then, let me go and swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. The floor is yours, sir.
My name is Richard Crocker, live at 4630 Shepherd Road.
Yeah.
My daughter lives at 4631. My son lives at 4632. And I also own 4642. That is the salvage yard. It's just too many houses for a small space. I guess my first question is, in the R2, quarter-acre lots, they argued that you could put 20 houses on that land. We still got to deduct for the blacktop, detention ponds, gazebo area. So now how many houses can they put? They're not required to show that because that's not his plan. But I think there's a method. It's probably like they said, 9 or 10. So if it was quarter acre lot houses, you just raise the price a little bit, and he would still get his profit margin. At the 18 houses proposed, he's probably at a $10 million project. I don't know. If you got it down to quarter acre lots, say 10 houses, probably wouldn't be that far off if the price got raised a little bit. They would still sell. That's what I want. I want less houses, more land. The green space would be the yards. That would absorb the water. Instead of so many gutters, so many roofs. Yeah, there's gonna be a storm sewer on that property. There's gonna be a storm sewer, and it's gonna have pipes going to the detention ponds, the water holding areas. It's gotta go out eventually, so there is gonna be a water problem. There's just too many houses on a small lot. Just too many. It's just, how would you like to have 18 houses pop up in your backyard? And you know I own the land right next to it. My daughter lives there. Yes, she's gonna request him to put up a fence, if that goes through tonight. She's sitting right there. She would like to have a fence instead of trees. She don't want people looking at her. She don't want to look at nobody, I guess. So she would like a fence. I did go around and get all the signatures because my first thought was, when Kevin Saller shared the letter with me, it's too many houses. Yeah, and the fire marshal should speak, but he won't, because he'd lose his job. Too close together. One house catches on fire, and they're 12 feet apart. And I realize it's 5 feet and 5, that's 10, but it's probably more like 6 and 6, it'd be 12. You're going to burn them all down. Hey, how would you get there in time? That's one thing. That's another thing. I'm not very good at talking to places like this.
That's
but
okay. You're good. You're good.
This is just wrong. It's just too many. I'm not against developing. I'm against overdeveloping, and this is a prime case of overdeveloping. It's just too many. Yeah, I'm happy that they've got it sold. No big deal. Did I make an offer on it? I did. Didn't get it. I'm good. I'm not mad about that. It's too many houses. It's too many. There should be an amendment, an adjustment. And how can I force them to show the drawing? We know you can't put 20 houses there. It ain't like if you had 20 quarter acre lots parallel with the street. That'd be 5 acres. And everybody entered from Shepherd Road to their house. That would be what you're trying to say. 20 houses on 5 acres, quarter acre at a time. If you deduct for the streets, deduct for all the other things, you're gonna get 20 houses in there in R2. It's gonna be more like 10. So this is an upgrade. This is not a downgrade from 20 to 18. This is not a downgrade. We are not getting a bone thrown to us here. We're not getting something special. It's an upgrade. I realize they gotta make a profit. I realize they gotta make money. If you spend money, you deserve to make money. Not mad about that. That's all good. But it's just too many houses for where it's going. And it's a dead-end street. It's one way in, one way out. I drive a big truck up down that road every day. Every day. A Mack truck. I get over and stop for people. I wave. I thank them, you know what I mean, for giving me space. Shepherd Road is a real weird entrance and exit. There's trees, there's telephone poles at the corner. I've touched them many times with semi-trailers, okay? It's just tight. It's just wrong to keep adding more housing, that many. And eventually there's, like Elmer Grigsby owns 35 acres. And he's 93 years old. I mean, my place ain't never gonna get developed. Who'd want that? You know, who'd want that? It ain't never gonna get developed. It's only got a 20-foot entry by about 150, 200 feet. And it's 8.5 acres back there, but who'd want to develop that? Nobody. So I know that. My son's taking it when I'm gone. I'm good with that. It's just too many for the spot. So keep it, please, keep it R2. It will adjust. He'll still make money. It will adjust. What is the exact number of houses when he redraws it? And you know he's drawed it 3 or 4 different ways. When he looked at it to buy it for R2, he drawed it. Wasn't enough housing and money, profit margin. If you keep it R2, he'll redraw it. Price might be a little more because it's a little bit more land. It'll be less houses, more land. The grass will soak it up, and it'll be more green. The perimeter will be the same. We'll put the pine trees up and the 3-foot little grassy areas. It'll be less houses, more land. Please, make it R2.
Mr. Becker, any questions?
I do, actually, for Mr. Flaherty. So, but first off, I want to correct myself. That water's flowing east. I said north, so my apologies on that. Mr. Flaherty, those detention ponds, where does the water go? If there's no storm sewers along Shepherd, where does the storm water drain to?
Yeah, so there's design calculations put into place, and one of the reasons why you see so there's 2 detention, 1 retention, it's because the site is very flat. So they're having to capture the water and bring it and hold it, and then it slowly gets released to the level to where it doesn't affect the surrounding properties. There's stormwater calculations done that they capture the flow on this site, and
One of them's like a spillway. One of them would be like a spillway. If it gets filled up, the pipe would release.
the 2 are grass, so they, fill up, will slowly release, and then the other ones,
Yeah, I understand.
other ones
I understand
water,
that.
so.
We all understand that. We all understand that.
Okay, thank you.
And the-
That's all I have, Chairman.
And the thing that Jeff brought up about the water now running from the flatter area of the land towards the ditch next to my daughter, and then if you're standing in front of my daughter's house, it'd be left. I guess that would be north. I'm confused on that. That pipe that goes underneath Shepherd Road, Leon and Glenn Bishop had worked on that catch base because that was originally Bishop property back in the 60s, okay? They had worked on that catch base, and I remember talking to them when they did that, Leon and Glenn. That was their brothers, okay? It does leave there, crosses Shepherd Road, goes between Jeff's house, and I used to call it the Spink House, and goes down between those 2 houses. Then it goes underneath the junkyard driveway and runs down on the left side of the junkyard towards the nature center. It's been that way. My family's been on this street for 95 years. Been that way forever. And it works. Does it get a little backed up once in a while? That's what you extreme, but it does. So that's been there forever. Is it gonna overflow that? Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible. Because we all understand what gutter water, shingle water, house water, concrete water, blacktop water moves fast. It moves quick. It don't saturate into the ground. Everybody understands that. So I ask you, please, keep it R2. If he still wants to pursue a building project, a subdivision project, he will. He'll adjust it. He'll raise the price a little bit. It'll still work. Now, is he allowed to call it a subdivision then? I don't know that answer. That'd be on you. Is he allowed to have an HOA then? I don't know that answer. That's on you. And I realize that's what he's after.
Mr. Crocker, I'm curious, I'm sorry, Mr. Logue, did you have any questions for Mr. Crocker?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Crocker.
You put an offer in, have you thought about matching or beating whatever Mr.
Well,
Gibbs'
when I did put the
offers?
offer in, the second offer I did put in with my realtor, they said it was rejected and they were under contract at that time. So, and we waited, never heard nothing back, and it was fine. I'm not mad about that. I'm really not.
I'm just curious if you ever want to go higher than what Mr. Gibbs is offering and buy the land yourself.
Wow. That's a good question. I'm sure he's got some expenses now on what he's done.
I don't think the owners really care. They just want to sell it and make as much money as they can, so.
Well, I feel some animosity from David here. I feel some animosity from him of throwing me under the bus every time we come to a meeting like this.
Oh, no,
I
it's
am
okay.
not mad no more that I,
No, no, it's
that I
okay.
didn't get it.
My question though is I'll let you two work out your all's.
Yeah,
issues,
would
but
I
I'm
still
just
be
saying-
interested? Well, yes, I would. And what would I do with the place? I'll tell you. I would renovate the old house, put 40,000 in it. I'd fix it up. It's fixable. Anything's fixable.
Sure.
I'd put somebody in it within the family. I would make a large green space toward my daughter's house. I would mow that every week. I would leave the back trees bordered to Willowbrook. And I'd pay taxes on almost a 5-acre place the rest of my life.
Yeah,
That's what I'd do with it.
fair enough.
I mean, there was a thought years ago when I first talked to Irma about buying it. I wanted to build a house next to my daughter's house, in between the two, and have just one house there, and maybe somebody else in my family would get my house. That was
Sure.
just a thought. But that thought's changed. You know what I mean? I've had a lot of different things happen in my life since then.
Yeah, I understand.
Could I afford to buy it? Absolutely. Absolutely. That ain't the problem.
Yeah,
That ain't the problem, and they know that.
okay.
And I'm happy that the man's bought it and he's gonna develop it. I'm good with that. It's just too many houses for that little spot. It's 4.7. I mean, I can't even understand how you can have a subdivision on that tiny of a spot. How there should be a guidelines against that.
I
You should
understand.
have 30 acres with 50 houses to call it a subdivision. That's just me thinking out of the box.
Appreciate you, Mr. Crocker. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Any
thank you, sir.
questions?
I think we're
Thank you
okay.
for
Yeah,
your
thank you,
time.
sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else that's an opponent of this case? Okay, so see one more, please, go ahead, yeah. All right, I got you, okay.
Democracy is not clean.
I had no idea that this meeting, oh, I'm sorry, swear me. in. I'm
You
tired.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you
You
God?
betcha I will.
All right, go ahead and state your name and address for the
Okay.
record.
So, I had no idea this meeting was gonna go this long, and I didn't bring my back medicine, so I am in pain, but that's okay. It's
sorry.
important.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Deb Bond, or Debbie Bond. I'm the wife of Mr. Jeff. I live at 4634 Shepherd Road in Batavia, and we are the house that's across the street from Cindy's and Dan's. Dan has the one, and then Cindy's next to that. And we're across the street, and we're the one that has the creek as well. It's not really a creek, it's a drainage ditch, but I'm going to talk about that here in a minute. Ooh, one thing, we've been there about 10 years, and a couple things that I really liked about living on Shepherd Road is that it feels very rural. You know, there's houses, we have a half an acre. Our house was built in 1949, so apparently it's not zoned at all. That's what they told us in the zoning meeting, that it's not an R1, it's just because it was built before 1959, I think, so there's no zoning to it. Yeah.
Sure.
Which is fine. We wanted a little land, we wanted, peace and quiet. There's no, sorry, I'm so tired. There's no street lights, so it's nice and quiet. You hear the crickets creaking and the frogs are, there's wildlife in the creek itself. And it's just nice to be able to sit out on the porch, front porch, and listen to that, and to see the trees and all those beautiful woods that you can see there. And it's gonna all be gone, and I just don't understand it. The wildlife that comes out of there, we get deer, we get fox, we get raccoons, possum, all kinds of stuff like that. So that bothers me. The second thing, and people have brought this up, is if you have 18 houses on there, and everybody has 2 cars, we actually have 3, not that we drive them all at the same time, but we do. But so you're talking at least a minimum of 40 cars, and it's kind of misleading. The way that road goes, it goes down, it dips down and curves around, and we're right on the dip and the curve, okay? So when I used to drive my Miata, it would be really scary, to try to look, and I'm short, look out this way, look out this way, look out this way, look out this way again, woo, go, so you wouldn't get hit. I have a bigger, taller car now, but it's still a problem getting out of there. And with more traffic, just 3 doors down, it's just not right. There's a lot of people that walk their dogs, run, kids on bicycles, people, and I fear for them. I do, if there's more cars. So another 40 cars, I don't see it. People mention the speed limit of 35. That's just, it should be 30 or less. It really should, because it is very narrow. You do have to be very careful not to fall in the ditch, because the ditches along the road is where the water goes, and to not hit them as you're going. So it's a little scary. But the biggest thing that concerns me with that many homes and with the retention, well, first of all, the retention pond, I'm assuming that they're going to have something in there to make it move around so that the mosquitoes don't grow in there. I mean, I'm not sure how that works, so concerned about that. Then we had the two detention ponds, right? One on the one side and one on the side, right next really to where, I'm sorry, I'm so tired, where Dan's house, there's going to be one back in that woods that goes like that, right? And it is all going to go down into our creek. Now, here's the thing about our creek. After it goes underneath the Shepherd Road and it goes into the culvert or wherever that is, and it comes down, right? It drops about 20 feet deep. It's that steep. It's not just a creek, it's steep, okay? And the pictures that my husband showed you is showing you the low part of our yard. So it goes like that. And that's the part that flooded. But it also flooded all the way to our fence line, which is also another 18 feet deep. So that was a lot of water, okay? I'm concerned, you know, if some child was playing in that water and thought it was just a pond, you know, boom, dead, gone. You know what I'm saying? It's a big drop off. Sure. Doesn't really show it there, but it is. I just wondered whether anyone has checked with Clermont County Soil and Water to make sure that the water flow is going to be right for this creek area. It's not going to be flooded even more when it rains, when they release these detention ponds, because it is all going into that creek. So that's it. I'm sorry, I had no idea this was going to be this long and this late. And I got to get up and go to work tomorrow, so there you go.
Likewise.
And him, yeah, my husband's got to get up at 4 a.m., so we're tired. So I think I'm like Mr. Crocker, we just don't want as many homes there.
Understand.
Less homes, less water. We're not looking to widen the street, we like the street. It's rural. It's a one-way street that goes back several miles, but we like that. We like that there's no streetlights. We like that there's no sidewalks. I think the reason a lot of people live on Shepherd and stay on Shepherd is because it feels like country living. And yet, you're just around the corner from the escape. So, I think I said enough, because I'm really tired and I need to go to bed.
Mr. Becker, do you have any questions?
Yeah, do you have any
Mr. Logue?
questions about the ditch and the creek and how?
No, you did a good job explaining. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, miss.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sorry.
Is there anyone else that's an opponent of this case? Please come on up, sir. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Campbell, you want to wait till after this one, or do you want to wait till the vote? No, whatever you want to do.
Thank you. Just keep plowing.
You sure?
Yeah. I'll let you know once.
All right, okay, all right, let me know. All right, let me go swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and about the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. Floor's yours, sir.
My name's Jeff Bechtel. I live at 989 Shepherd Woods Court. It's actually behind Site 13, I think it is.
Okay, yeah.
I do have a couple concerns. This is the first trustee meeting I've ever been to, so it's kind of new to me. I wasn't expecting to be here till as late as it is, so I'll try to be quick. Looking at the previous case that was up here, I mean, he had everybody lined up, you know, and every resident that lived in there knew what was going to happen. They knew who was building the homes. They knew everything. Who's building the homes? I mean, what's going in there? That's great. He's got the property. He's got a plan. What kind of homes are going in there? You know, the previous case, they at least built the case for us homeowners around them to know what was going to happen. Here, what's going on? Is it his parent company buying it and building the homes? I don't know. So that's where I have a concern. You know, my house was just reevaluated. My wife and I are putting a pool in, so I know what my house is worth. You know, what kind of home is gonna go in right behind us? You know, is it gonna lower my value? You know, all this money that I've invested, talking about drainage, I got water that comes right through the side of my house because of that property. My wife and I had to put a French drain in back in 2020. It helped, but it's not perfect. So, and I'm trying to be quick here because I know it's late, but those are my concerns. You know, if you pull up that map for Site 13, you can see how close my house is, and that property line is barely anything there. It separates me from that community. You know, yeah, you got a retention pond or whatever it is, but am I gonna get more runoff because now they don't have a storm sewer? You know, I'm not opposed to the community. In fact, if you look at that drawing, there's a barn right there. I literally, in the back of my house, look at a barn, an old barn that's been there for probably 40 years. It's a pretty decrepit, falling apart. So I don't mind having somebody live behind me, you know, that might actually invest in the back of their property to have something nice to look at. It's just what's gonna go in there, you know? So if this gets approved, which, you know, I've shared with my concerns at this point, can I get some kind of buffer between my house and my fellow neighbors on Shepherd Woods? You know, I know each and every one of them has invested a lot of money into clearing their own land. When I bought my property, it was full of honeysuckle and everything. I've spent a lot of money dropping trees, building a deck, you know, putting up a fence, just like probably all of you. And one of your homes look nice. You know, I have 5 kids. I'm getting ready to have a 6th, guardianship of a 6th. You know, I got a pool going in, and what kind of homeowner is gonna be living 40 feet from that pool where my kids are gonna be in bathing suits? So, you know, what kind of privacy can this developer or whoever's gonna be building this property offer me to get my blessing? And not that he really needs it, because it's his property, but, you know, so. So I try to be good, but.
No, appreciate it, Mr. Bechtel. Mr. Becker, any questions, sir?
Again, Mr. Flouty, got a question for Mr. Flouty. Yes. So if we don't know who the builder is for this development, how is it we have the elevations for the houses, in our packet?
Yeah, they would have to follow the specifications, so you would still be looking at single-family 1 to 2 story homes.
But not necessarily what we have in the packet.
We ask the developer when he comes up.
Yeah.
Can we ask the developer when he comes up? Can we just ask the developer when he comes up?
Okay, that's fine. I'm
Just trying
just
to
curious.
Any
beat to
questions?
the
Phil?
points. No, I got a note about the buffer, and I plan to ask the developer about that when that comes up, and I appreciate you,
Yeah.
Mr. Beckwold.
That's all I have.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that's opposed to this development? Okay, seeing, oh, God. Okay. Okay. All right, come on up. And then, hand that to Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then, let me go and swear you in and name and address for the record. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right, and then, name and address for the record, sir.
Mark Watkins, 4626 Shepherd Road. I'm Richard's neighbor.
Yep.
And also was partial family with Irma. Her brothers helped make developments on my land to fix a wide open ditch that was left there from the 60s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my brother-in-law, former brother-in-law, he's dead. That's part of their family.
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah.
It's not that we oppose development, it's just too many. There is water problems. We all know there's water problems from beginning of Teal Town, just before Shepherd, all the way down Shepherd. There's no storm sewers. It's a skinny road. It's got ditches. As you go down Shepherd, before you get to the first hump that goes up by Blackberry, all the water from the top of Shepherd goes down there and goes into a creek. That creek follows along the back of all the houses before me and Richard's. I've got one in my side yard. The creek that they The ditch that they covered up, we put pipe in, we put in a storm sewer. In Friday's storm, water was boiling over from across the street and boiling out of my storm sewer, a good 1.5 2 foot tall.
Sure.
There was a river that run through my property, 6 to 8 foot wide, that went down to the creek next to my barn on the lower part of my property. The water problems on Shepherd's not uncommon. And if you look at the topographical lay of the land, all of Willowbrook in that area between Cindy's house and our house, it's flat, but it's not really flat. It all goes down into that little valley where their house is. So how are you gonna route all this rainwater to these retention ponds that have nowhere for it to go anyway, but past and through their lots? We've all got water problems. Adding all that much roof space, driveways, you're making the water problems worse. Like they were saying, at R2, 8 to 10 houses is more than enough on Shepherd Road, not 18. I mean, I don't know what the rules are, like the HOA, but the development, Shepherd Woods just passed that. They stuck with the R2. They have no problems with it. So why would you take that much land as opposed to a smaller plot of land and try to put more houses on it? It's not good for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Thank you. Mr. Becker, Mr. Logan, anything? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Yeah, come on up, sir, please. Yeah, love to have you. All right. Appreciate your service, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your service. Okay, let me go and swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. The floor is yours, sir. The name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Doyle Castile, live at 4638 Locust Grove Court. And our property is right there, the kind of pie shot. We have the longest property line against that property. And I have been around the building industry since 1970. And I have seen a lot of houses go up. I've worked in the houses and around the construction areas, and I have never seen a house built on that small of a lot. And because we back right up to that property, and I look at what they're trying to put in, it's just not too many houses for the amount of the property. And like I said, I've never seen a house built on that small of a lot. And the houses that I worked on back in the 70s and 80s and 90s and on up have all been in $300,000 houses at that time. So I don't feel that that we should have that many houses back there. Plus the strain, we have enough strain right now on the electrical grid back there. We're constantly losing electric. That's going to put more burden on the electrical system. It's all overhead wiring, so that's going to put an extra strain on the electrical system. And of course, the water problems and everything that you run into. So That's my feelings, and I don't want to see it to be that much and have to worry about what people move in back there.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Appreciate you. Mr. Becker, Mr. Logue? Good,
I
thank
have
you.
no, I have no problems with them building houses there, but it's just too many houses for that property.
Understand.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Of course, yeah, come on up. Perfect. That's okay, then just speak slowly so Mr. Campbell can understand. Okay, are you ready? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great. Name and address for the record.
Cindy Crocker Clark. My address is 4631 Shepherd Road, Batavia.
Perfect.
I live directly next to the property where they're wanting to build the 18 houses. I think it's a crazy idea to put 18 houses in this tiny little spot. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. If you drive down Shepherd, there's just house after house after house. And if you throw in just this little tiny road and you look and there's just, I don't know, it just doesn't fit. It wouldn't fit to just look back and see just a mega bunch of houses back there. I don't know, I grew up on this road. It just wouldn't fit the neighborhood. I already deal with water issues, and I have a feeling that putting, I think it's the detention pond is gonna be like right next door to my house. I have a feeling that's gonna cause issues, bugs, animals, more water issues, noise. I'm gonna have to deal with people in their houses and their cars and more noise than I already deal with on the road. I mean, I could probably sit here and complain all night, but I don't wanna keep you guys here all night. So I just thought I'd just come up. I wasn't gonna get up here, but I thought I'd get up here and just.
What about your fence? You got a street, not that.
If it were to go through, yeah, I mean, I like watching nature and stuff like that. There's a deer den back in my backyard right now. But if it were to go through, I'd like to see a fence put up all the way around my yard.
Did you say a deer den or deer pen?
Den.
Den, what's a deer
Den.
den?
Like, there's a mother and two fawns in my backyard.
Oh, they
There's
just
a
live
den-
out in the
a
wild
den.
woods. Okay.
Yeah, I still have the woods back there.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, I got it, loud and clear. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Crocker,
Thank
very
you.
much. Yes, ma'am, you got, oh, I'm sorry, did you have
No,
any
no,
questions?
good.
Okay, thank you, appreciate you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to talk on this? Okay. Yeah, please.
I'd be remiss to say, my wife is texting me saying, hey, remind them that the $3,000 we spent to regrade our backyard. We too have water issues. So everybody mentioning the water issues reminded us of that. And then also, if this were to go through, concessions are to be made. Mr. Bechtel and I, we are very close together. We share that buffer zone at the top of this picture, the north of this picture, if you will, where it will be, and why I was asking earlier what the setback would be. And so, what was it, 10 feet, 14 to 19 feet or so? Could we potentially get an even deeper setback like the residents on Locust Grove get? They get up to 30 feet in that buffer zone. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
you got it, not a
Thank
problem.
you.
We'll listen, yeah. Perfect, okay. Is there anyone else like to talk? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Gibbs, come on up, and then I will go ahead and close public session, sir, public hearing. I'll let you talk first, Mr. Gibbs, the thing you want to address, and then I'm sure the board will have a couple questions for you.
Let me get back to my notes here. Okay.
When we first went under contract for this land, it was my intention to bring a multifamily development to you guys with 25 units on it. I came to a few trustee meetings to kind of feel the temperature of the township with multifamily,
Yeah.
and here we are.
Yeah.
So, that's why we ended up with a single-family product. I do want to point out, the subdivision, Shepherd Woods Court, it's to the west, directly off the corner, the top right corner of that map. The density there, they have, when I was sitting down, took a map, they have 17 houses in the same amount of density, same amount of acreage on private driveways, not township streets. And Willowbrook, directly to the south, has the same density, same 17 houses on 4 point, I think it was like 6 acres is what I came up with. And so our densities match, or slightly larger than what's currently there, around this
Craig,
whole.
will you put up back that image up to where it was,
That one right there shows it the best with the yellow. Well, I guess you this one too.
Here.
So what I'm referring to is that area to the north of that photo.
Yeah.
I guess that would be north of that photo. If you measure the acreage, there's 17 houses in the same amount of acreage. To the south, on that map, to the left of it, where Willowbrook is, same thing. There's 17 houses in the same amount of acreage there too, with a street. So, so I do think we actually are matching the density in this subdivision. As far as we were talking about buffer zones on the back of the property, and they was discussed that they were 15 feet, I believe they're 30 feet on the back of the property. The tighter buffer is the one to the Shepherd Woods Court side, where we combated that with a 3-foot mound and some landscape design.
So I'm gonna say to the left on that picture, so the houses that are butt up to the left of the picture, you're putting rolling hill mounds on there, is that correct?
To the left, the long property line to the
Yeah.
left,
Yes.
there's a 30-foot, we're keeping the trees, we're not cutting
So,
them down.
like a no-mow zone, basically?
Yeah.
Like, okay, got it, okay.
And that's part of the green space for the subdivision.
Craig, can you stay on the picture you had it at? Yeah, perfect, there you go. And then, okay, and then, well, I'm gonna say the top part of the picture, where it's like a Z, there you go. What are we doing there?
I can't tell from my map if it's 10 or 15, which Carl could answer that if he was here. But it's a different type of buffer. It's got the mound with the landscaping on it.
Okay.
Same thing with with Miss Crocker's, along Miss Crocker's. If you look at our site plan, there's a mound all the way around that property line too.
Hypothetically, Ms. Crocker, if this goes through, do you want a mound with landscaping, or do you want a fence?
I would prefer a fence.
Roger that, okay. All right, and then, okay, and then, so basically, is it mounds all the way around the entire property, basically?
And 30 feet of trees, yeah.
Got it,
But
okay.
yes,
Okay.
other than the road, and there is some along the road too.
All right.
Question.
Please go ahead, yeah.
I heard Ms. Crocker make a comment about a fence all the way around her property. I just want to clarify, did you guys just discuss that, or just about
Yeah, is
a
that-
fence along the border
Is that-
to his property?
Yeah, so, Mr. Gibbs, so her do you know where her property's at?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, is that an issue to put up a fence, basically like an L right there? Would that be an issue? The thoughts, what do you think?
No, it's not an issue.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
the house that's, the second house, or the house down from her, there's nothing behind them, it's just a retention pond. Would you be expecting a fence there?
I don't think so.
He's not here, but we're
Oh.
good friends with him. He probably would.
Okay, is that an issue? What are your thoughts?
No.
Okay, fair enough, okay, all right, the things to consider, okay.
But just so we're clear, we would be deleting the mound. That goes around that. and
You can't have
replace-
both, you can't have both, so yeah,
Okay.
so that's what she shows, so, in the event it goes through, so, okay, anything else on your end that you want to go over?
It would discuss about the plans. None of our, so, as you guys probably know by now, Maddox Development is part of a larger group, actual building group and the Maddox group, and we do build houses. I do want to reiterate, we're not building these houses. I don't have a written agreement, but I have intentions from Fisher Homes to build these houses.
Okay, Fisher Homes, okay.
And the plans that we show came from Fisher Homes. the designs that you saw in this packet.
See, okay.
But, and that is obviously, there's some contingencies there, and it's not a final deal, but that is our intention.
Did you talk with the Arbor people today?
With who?
The Arbor people
No, I
tonight?
should have.
Competition might get you a better deal.
Did you, okay. Anything else on your end at all?
The water drainage, I think that our plan aims to improve the water drainage in the area. Like I said, we got 2 retention ponds and 1 detention pond. The retention ponds will hold the water. And then, again, that's all kind of regulated by the county, and so they have to approve the water management plan before they would issue us any type of permit.
Mr. Becker, any questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Logan, any questions? No? What was, I didn't ask this question, what ballpark, what are you gonna be selling these homes for, ballpark, each?
Well, I'm not gonna be selling the homes, but if there anything, so the most comparable product in the most comparable recent project in Union Township would be Buxton Oaks behind Arch Rental.
Okay.
Which 400,
Okay, so-
350 to 450.
Okay, so 400K, okay. Why, since you could fit, I assume it's probably, what was it, for the green space, or what, I assume you could fit what you want in R2. Why, because you don't need to come to us for an R2, why come to us for an R4?
Because R4 allows for us to have a variable design, an HOA, a planned development, the green space, where, well, you just look at Shepherd Woods. There's no required green space around that perimeter of that property or anything like that. And so Fisher wants that, they want the HOA, they want that controlled area for the property they're selling.
Makes sense, okay. Any other questions at all, gentlemen? Okay, hey, Mr. Gibbs, appreciate you very much, thank you, sir. Okay, and then, all right, Joe. Oh, okay.
What he's talking about,
Okay, come onto the mic, please, miss.
when he's talking about, or they're talking about fence versus the.
You can't have both.
Can't have both, but he was having, since they're gonna cut all the trees down in that area, right, in that side where.
No, it's gonna be a 30-foot mow zone, no, gosh.
In the
darn it.
back.
Correct, yeah,
What
yeah.
I'm asking is, so they had, the berm thing, or whatever it's called, and they had, the pine trees. They're gonna put pine trees there, so if there's a fence, there's no trees, is that right?
You can still have trees, because he said it was gonna be a no-mow zone, just the hill mounds are gonna go away. That's all.
So the pine trees will stay?
Mr. Gibbs, yes or no? Pine trees stay or no?
What was designed was a mound if we put pine trees on top.
Okay, so,
That's being asked to be removed and changed out for a fence.
okay. I don't wanna keep going all night. We were pushing almost midnight here, guys. So, do we want, hey, Ms. Crocker, Ms. Crocker, let me look at you real quick, you and I. Do you want hill mounds with pine trees, or do you want a fence? What would you like, miss?
I would like a fence.
Roger that, but I need both, since the neighbor's not here, Ms. Crocker's got precedence, so the fence is what's gonna go in. And if he was here, he could have a say, and then you two could battle it out, but I'm sorry, so you're gonna make the decision for him, okay? Ms. Crocker, I'm looking at you. So your neighbor to your south, assuming, we'll find out, we're gonna discuss it first. But, the fence it is, and that's what we'll do. So the hill mounds are gonna go away, if that's what you choose. Okay, roger that, okay.
And the pine trees.
And the pine trees. Okay, so, all right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearings, zoning case number 426-Z and Zulu.
So moved. Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes,
The public hearing is closed at 11:16 PM.
all right. Vice Chairman, like normal, go to you first, sir.
Spin up that broken record.
Okay.
I'm, no surprise here, I'm going to side with the residents.
No way.
Which resident? I think they're all
Couple
residents
of-
of Union Township.
It's okay, go.
That's
Couple
why
of,
he smells like roses, always.
It's okay, it's okay, come on. It's okay, go ahead, sir.
Couple of things that jumped out at me. There's legitimate concerns about the water runoff. I understand detention, retention basins and such, which would certainly mitigate it, if not entirely eliminate it. There's, character of the community issue. I think that's most compelling. Well, maybe not most compelling, but the issues about how narrow Shepherd Road is, and yeah, I've been up and down it, I get that. So you have a public safety, what I believe is a legitimate public safety concern as well with the additional traffic going up and down the road. So for those reasons, I will be a no vote.
Mr. Luke, sir?
Yeah, look, I feel that I've got 2-3 pages of notes here. I keep the decision based off of the, the case that's presented in front of us. Obviously, I heard some sentiment of history and family and purchasers and offers made, and this is solely based off of the real concerns that I heard that were based on the water and the dynamics there. And looking at it, the water looks that working through the county and the water management, but it's also the detention ponds that will basically grab all the water flow that's coming in on the property and control the release of it. So I would venture say that the overflow and the mad rush of the water and stormwater that is currently seen, I believe that it will improve and get better because it's going to have a controlled release. And I believe between that and the fencing were the biggest concerns that we've heard of what is aside from an R2 to an R4 and essentially meeting the density of that. So I can support the project as brought forward.
Craig, can you go back to that last slide? Well, not that one. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so, concerns I heard overall was basically the same consensus. Too many houses compacted into 4.77 acres. The green space, which I understand that. I don't think 18 homes will kill the traffic. I'm not sold on that. I'm sold on the other project we voted on. 18 homes, I'm sorry, I'm not sold on that part. I think it's a good argument, but I don't think it's going to affect it that much. The nature center, the drainage the consensus was the drainage as well as too many houses packed onto the one green space. What I will say is, by going to an R4, that will open up a little bit more green space. And I think, when the water falls in the land, whether there's a roof there or gutter there or not, the water falls in the land. I think the two retention ponds, or I'm sorry, two retention and the one detention pond will help that. The water's the water. Whether it hits a roof or a gutter, or if it hits directly the land, it'll help the issues with the water drainage. And I mean, we're looking at this. I don't think many can argue against the fact that it's similar, very similar to Shepherd Woods and Willowbrook. It's very similar. And I drove by the land, and the house, it needs to come down. So, I agree with it, so. Okay. All right, so, gentlemen, I'm gonna entertain a motion for the approval of Union Township zoning case 4-26-Z as in Zulu, with modifications as recommended, including the white vinyl 6-foot fence to surround the two properties as discussed. I don't know those addresses, but we know they're discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so I'm entertain a motion to recess.
So moved.
I'll second. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're recessed at 11:22 PM.
ever.
It was the Christmas party, right?
All right.
Oh,
All right.
that's right. That's where I met you. I told you then you speak like a Republican. He was here and I was like, you're on the wrong party, guy.
All right.
I was like, that's Republican value right there.
All right.
He sounded very conservative.
All right, gentlemen, entertain a motion to exit recess.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yep.
We're back in session at 11:30 p.m.
Any old business? Seeing none, I don't care if there is, we're gonna move on. Just kidding, that was a joke. All right, new business, our consent agenda. Gentlemen, entertain a motion for our consent agenda. Approval of the minutes, July 14, 2026 regular meeting minutes, the approval of payments prepared by our fiscal officer, Ron Campbell, and approval of our monthly financial report as prepared by our fiscal officer.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Wright, I'll throw it over to you. Our approval of our purchase orders exceed 15,000.
First purchase order is blanket purchase order for miscellaneous legal fees to Bricker for $225,000. The next purchase order is to Matthew Brune Enterprises. That is Champions. Is that DBA Champions Landscape Supply, Matt? Is that correct? That's Matthew Brune Enterprises is DBA Champions Landscape Supply?
Yes.
For salt, so that's for our road salt contract. You technically can't award a bid until you have a PO, so that's $285,600. Next one is Claremont County Water Resources for the parks, $50,000 blanket PO. Next one is Schneller Heating and Air Conditioning. We had 3 units at the police department, Grenade at the same time, so that's for $39,871 to replace those 3 units. The next item of business is for Flock Group for traffic cameras for the ALPRs in the amount of $46,900. That is our annual contract fee due in October. And the last one is Kevin Carpenter, that's Dave Carpenter, for nuisance abatement at 4692 Blue Jacket Road in the amount of $26,575. And I recommend, that will be a significant improvement if you guys are interested. That concludes the purchase order.
Gentlemen, any questions, Mr. Wright? I will entertain a motion for the approval of purchase orders exceeding 15,000 as recommended by our administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, entertain a motion for the SWOP 4G 2026-2027 road salt contract continuation.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I can tell you were tired. Yeah, all right, entertain a motion for the approval of 2026 Halloween trick-or-treat hours establishing until October 31st, 2026, between hours of 6 and 8 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 4, Mr. Wright, why don't you just briefly describe?
Sure. So this is for the Tabasco, Mount Carmel Tabasco and Clough Pike intersection. The county has gone through some initial review. They've selected a preliminary alternative, and we originally pledged $50,000 in concert with the Transportation Improvement District for $50,000, and they have secured $385,000 from OKI and I don't remember who J&C is, but it's some state agency. Anyway, they've got $385,000 in grants. We have a $50,000 pledge. TID has $50,000 pledge. Preliminary design and detailed design came back a little higher. There's a funding gap of around $144,000. In the spirit of continued cooperation, they are requesting to see if we would be willing to split the funding gap. Look, it's probably one of our worst intersections in the township, particularly at rush hour. And I think this would be consistent with our approach to continue to fund this, consistent with like what we've done with the Buxton and Sheila roundabouts. We're looking at about 100, so I think it's like This would push our total funding commitment to about 122,000, just under that. And the county's funding commitment would be the same, and this would get us all the way through detailed design.
Any questions, Mr. Wright? All right, gentlemen, entertain a motion for for the approval of Mount Carmel Tabasco Clough Pike intersection improvements, engineering, and design funding.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, easement approval, real quick, Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Yes, and just as far as that next item, that last item goes, we'll put purchase orders in and everything else. We haven't signed anything. I just told the county I would get the board to give me an affirmative on that. Easement approval. So along Eichholz Road, we don't have any easements for the turn lanes that were installed 22 years ago, and we also need to grant an easement for the box culvert repair that's going to take place. So just need permission, authorization to grant and sign perpetual and temporary easements, dedicate the right-of-way along Eichholz, and then also for the box culvert repair.
Any questions, Mr. Wright? All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the easement approval for Eichholz Road, ROW, and storm easements, Claremont County Engineer.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, legislative agenda, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of resolution 2026-46, nuisance vehicle abatement resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll entertain a motion for the approval of resolution 2026-47, nuisance abatement resolution, two addresses, 536 Old State Route 74 and 821 Wisnu Drive. First pin is 413213, A as in Alpha 019. Second pin is 414236, B as in Bravo 014.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next one is resolution, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of resolution 2026-48, the Claremont County Hazard Mitigation Plan adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Application, do you want to explain the next one?
Sure.
for Miami
So,
Township?
2026-49, so the Claremont County Engineers Office advised us late, I believe in July, Matt, was it, that they were not going to pursue landslide repair joint applications. We typically do our landslide repair applications through OPWC and piggyback on the county's program. They're not doing that this year. So we contacted Miami Township to see, because they also participate, and they were in the same boat we are, and with OPWC scoring, if we combine our projects, we get better, if we are funding partners on a family of projects, we get better scoring.
Yep.
So we're looking at, for Baldwin Road, I just got the geotech consult, again, real preliminary, looking at about a total cost of around $700,000. We would only apply for a 10% match. There is a $10 million township set aside this year that we're going to try to shoot to go after. And I think $700,000 would get us a significant portion further up the hill, which there's already, two segments that are in process now at the bottom of the hill? Next week. Yeah, so that's imminent. So this would give us permission to kind of execute agreements, get consultant contracts, do other things, just to get this thing moving forward.
Okay, gentlemen, I entertain a motion for the approval of resolution 2026-49, the resolution authorizing OPWC Round 41 Application Unit and Miami Township Slide Repairs Project.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next one's easy. Looks like the disposal of 2001 Pierce aerial platform to the UTCIC. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for approval of resolution 2026-50, resolution authorizing disposal of property to the UTCIC.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next one's then and now for the water resources. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for the approval of resolution 2026-51, then and now certificate for the Claremont County Water Resources.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, comments from the board. Mr. Becker?
I did have something different in mind to talk about for board comments. It can wait till a future meeting, but what I don't want to push off to a future meeting is commenting about the flock camera concerns, and we did hear that tonight where the gentleman voiced his, very legitimate concerns. When we first got these, the libertarian side of me was queasy. And I was surprised there was actually no opposition at the time. Of course, as time went on, there's been no abuse or reason to suspect any abuse, at least not here locally in Union Township, and they've been extraordinarily effective in fighting crime. Of course, the other side of that, nobody wants Union Township or the rest of the country to be a surveillance state, so I do get those concerns. As I think the whole board here agrees, I know I've heard you say that, and I think as well as Mr. Dills, that this isn't a hill any of us are willing to die on. If the community wants it out, then we'll take them out. I've only heard from a very handful of people. I'm not even sure the people I've heard from even live in Union Township. Some clearly do. Some I'm not too sure about. Regardless, it seems to be a vocal minority rather than a prevailing opinion across 50,000 residents or whatever the number is. I did yesterday had a meeting with a representative from Flock. This was over at the police department. We had a good discussion, answered my concerns, and I'm comfortable with continuing to have those in Union Township. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Luke?
Did they give you the unlimited password and secret code so you can see everybody's images?
I forgot to ask for that.
Okay, Mr. Becker's, so everyone, John Becker and his phone number. No, thank you, John, for those updates. That's good. No, I would keep it short for tonight. Just happy to hear from the residents. Obviously, things are never black and white and super simple. And so it's good to be able to hear from the residents through and through, from flock to water and fencing and bushes. Floor to you, Mr. Dills.
Mr. Becker, I agree with your sentiments on flock cameras, so we're on the same page. Upcoming events, the next Park Recreations Committee meeting is Thursday, August 13th at 5 p.m. right here. Next Township Zoning meeting will be Wednesday, August 26th, right here at 7 p.m. Next Board of Zoning Appeals will be Thursday, September 3rd at 7 p.m. Our next regular business meeting will be the second Tuesday of the month, September 8th at 6 p.m. Township offices will be closed September 7th in observance of Labor Day. Farmers Market is being held on Fridays from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on the Civic Center campus. Pickleball Slam is Saturday, August 15th at 8 a.m. at Klepper Park. And the Marty Connor Band concert is canceled in inclement weather. Oh, it's rescheduled for August 28th, 7 p.m. right here at the Civic Center behind us. Mount Moriah Cemetery lantern lighting is Saturday, September 19th from 5 to 7:30 p.m. And the UT fireworks celebration that we always have, September 26th, live music at RJ's, which will all begin at 4 p.m. And the fireworks at 8:45 p.m. Our fire department has our open house kickoff, annual open house kickoff, National Fire Prevention Week, October 4th, from 11 to 1 p.m. and located at the Water Tower. And Union Township Police Department invites residents to local businesses to an open house Saturday, October 10th, from noon to 4 p.m. at the Police Department building. And UT's Sip and Shop will be held Saturday, October 17th, from noon to 4, right here at the Civic Center campus. And trick-or-treating, October 31st, from 6 to 8 p.m. Next CPR training will be held with our fire department, September 12th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And, all right, gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for the approval to enter executive session. Motion to enter executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G as in golf as follows. To consider the purchase of property for public purposes, the sale of property at competitive bidding, or the sale of other disposition of unneeded, obsolete, or unfit for use property in accordance with section 505.10 of the Ohio Revised Code. A premature disclosure of information would give unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest. Number two is to confer with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, G as in Gulf 3. Item 3 is preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation and other terms and conditions of their employment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, Gulf 4. Last item is item 4, to consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance or to negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting request for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. The information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724, or 1728, or Sections 701.07, 3735.67 to 3735.70, 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.61 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the Ohio Revised Code that involves public infrastructure improvements or the extension of utility services that are directly related to an economic development project, and B, a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interest of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, G as in Gulf 8. My gosh, what?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Okay, we're into executive session at 11:46 PM.
I was reading and I'm like, I gotta go.
You guys, department heads, go home.
Hey,
Thank you.
see you, chief.
Thanks, gentlemen.
You can do whatever you like.
I want to go home.
It is midnight. You know we're gonna hear about this tomorrow. Today. Hear about this today.
Good to go?
She was just there.
She's got thumbs up.
All right, all right. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're out of executive session with no action taken at 12:08 PM.
Well, gentlemen, it's my
Or
privilege.
AM, I'm sorry.
On Wednesday morning, yeah, it's my pleasure to chair arguably the longest trustee meeting in the history of Union
Hope
Township.
you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, very proud.
It's all your fault.
Well, hey, public session, public input, that's.
Can't wait to hear about this on the news tomorrow, or just one news media. Anyways, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 12:09 AM.
Did you hear about the death march?